Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's your favorite day of the week. That's right, turning Tuesdays into the new Fridays. And man, is it exciting. That's right, just straight ripping pro scrim night. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. And my friend here clearly has a fresh haircut and is looking very good. Is Elamite. How you feeling today?
Most excellent, Tony. Got a lot of Halo action in store for us. We had some over the weekend as well. And lots of cool things on the horizon here as well.
I found out that you know what, 2v2 on land is dope, and honestly I think we need a little bit more of it. And I will say two players that are definitely no strangers to 2v2s is definitely Uzi and Zuzi, who was a part of that Legion Gaming roster actually. Sadly just missed out on their spot to make it to the land. In case you guys didn't know, during the qualifier, Renegade and Legend had no chance of making it unless they won the qualifier to take the #1 seed, and they did, which knocked Uzi and Zuzi down to 9th seed, missing out on that land, which was crazy. But they've done fantastic in 2v2s back in DreamHack, some other lands. They've been really, really fantastic. So get to see them in 2v2 action against Moggers to start off before the scrim.
And they were dominant when we saw them play in the last 2v2 as well, just before the scrims. And of course, scrim result didn't go their way overall, but they were absolutely dominant in the 2v2 leading into that one as well. You could tell they were feeling themselves and excited to see what they have in store for today, because I think a lot of these teams, or everyone included in this scrim, had to sit out this past weekend and kind of, watch with a little bit of FOMO. So now we're getting back into the use of things and ready to rock and roll again here for everybody, and onward and upward.
Yeah, I will say, man, I didn't know how to feel about a 2v2 on land, but man, it was hype. The atmosphere was cool too. It was like one of those more personal kind of events where it's like in the office. So I think the players really like that. There's a place for like these big events, like for spectators, Worlds and all of those majors and whatnot. But there's something to be said mixing in some of those like office events where there is no spectators, but it's a little bit more of a, for lack of a better term, like an intimate setting, I guess. Probably not a good word, but it's more of like
what were you doing this weekend, Tony?
A grassroots setting. How about that? A grassroots setting. And I think a lot of the players really like that. You have to show a little bit more personality.
No, I know what you mean. Well, one, we didn't have offices like that, like these ones back in the day. So to be able to get to go to one of these, extremely executive like places and compete on the best of the best equipment in a great area and setting, and obviously the PCs, the streaming equipment, the offices, the snacks. Snacks are super underrated at some of these places, like those offices and Rebellion's office as well. Even the SSG office, these guys, the snacks go far.
I have a question for you. Like back in the day, like you said they didn't have the offices, but you guys had some land houses back in the day. Like I remember Tots had a spot that everybody would go to.
Basements. We had a couple people had basements. That's what we had. I had a basement. Tots had a basement. Went to Macchio's basement one time. The Ogre's parents had a really good basement for lands. That was one of the key parts. Strong Side's house we went to a few times. Yeah, Tots' was the best, obviously, because not only did they have a huge basement, they had a huge house with like 50 arcades in it and like 3 segways we could take out and go riding around, and it was definitely a ton of fun. Absolutely memorable times.
I missed absolutely all of that, but it sounds a lot of fun, and I think so will this 2v2 action going down. Again, guys, this is going to be your warm-up leading up to our pro scrim that we have between Legion Gaming and Moggers, and these two teams matched up at DreamHack Atlanta, and man, was it a fun one. I don't believe actually Ezzo was on the roster. I'm trying to remember if Ezzo was on the roster. I know for a fact Morgan was, so I think half of Moggers is a little bit different now. Kid Nasty's not on the roster. I know Ezzo's here now, but still you have all of Legion Gaming who are going to be together come when the actual pro scrim starts. But these two matched up at DreamHack. Moggers actually ended up winning out, beating them out, and it got very loud. There was a lot of trash talk.
Yeah, I was somewhat close to the scenario to see it unfold, and yeah, like you said, lots of trash talk, lots of choice words to be had, and it's one of the reasons we all love the game and shows the passion of the players as well. Here, as we take a look, these guys on for scrims very early, getting warmed up, making sure they're ready, taking the preparation for the remainder of the season, the Rebellion Pro League coming up, you know, any chances of what things might look like around Halo Fest. And like we said, lots in store.
Yeah, I feel like it happens a lot, especially like when I look at Halo 5 and some of the players that stood around during the, I guess the dark years, I guess, call it for lack of a better term. And a lot of those players that stood around and really grinded and perfected their craft. I mean, there's some of the top players in the game right now. So with the hours that you're putting in, it's not for anything. It's going to pay dividends, come the next chapter, whatever the next multiplayer is, obviously outside of the campaign involved, which is going to be incredible in its own right. But whatever that next Halo multiplayer is, you could be setting yourself in a big way towards that by putting in the work right now.
I mean, Tony, you're acting like one of the most competitive parts of video games themselves aren't single player campaign and speed runs
speed running, baby.
Yeah, what a disrespect to the speed running community to think that a Halo 1 won't be competitive when the new campaign launches.
I bet the East. I guess I bet like the esport tournaments, the multiplayer sport tournament. You know what? Hey, speedrunning is cool as hell. Actually, I think ESA did one for Halo Infinite just recently. To watch speedrunners and to see their craft, like they will break the maps and each actual level like into like little segments, and they will literally break the maps. Like they go outside of the maps, destroying their routes. It's actually insane to see what they do and what they have to do in order to just save like just 2 seconds worth on their time. It's actually kind of incredible.
I'm kind of blanking on it, but what was the one that they just recently did with Halo 2? Was it like Moist Critical or something? And they offered 20K, and somebody actually did it.
Yeah.
Who was that? I've literally talked to this
number one speedrunner too.
I mean, so bad. I actually know this person in real life too. Who the hell did it?
I can't remember the name, but he's like the number one speedrunner, and and if anybody was gonna break it, it was him. And oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it wasn't even that long ago either. It was straight up 20K, and it was kind of blowing up on social media for a period.
Anybody in chat? I know it was a little bit, but it was a little while. But
was it Mr. Monopoly?
I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar.
Who was it? Actually, let's just Google it. Why don't I do that?
As of right now, Moggers and Legion Gaming, only 1 kill between them. As he might try to search this, I actually really want to know too.
Jervalin, and it was.
That's what it is. Yeah, there we go.
20K. Okay, I had to look at that. I couldn't cast anymore until I figured this out.
He was a nasty speedrunner. He was the only one
it was
that
3
could do
years
it.
ago. Oh, Jesus.
That's why I said it was a while. It was a while ago.
While ago. Jeez, I blinked.
Good memory, though. Good memory. I totally forgot about that. As Legion Gaming up 2 kills, but nice close matchup here on Solitude between Legion and Moggers. Uzi and Zuzi upset they weren't at that 2v2 tournament. They're kind of taking it out on Ezzo and Morgan.
Yeah, solid gameplay overall. Camo coming up in 10 seconds. Nice little flank from Uzi. Gets in there, does win the piv. Should put them in prime position here to get this camo. Good bait and switch action. Nice shots onto the thrust player as well. And that goes ahead and secures everything. Almost, actually. Instead, Ezzo comes off spawn here, and he's going to disrupt everything that Legion Gaming had rolling. Nice insta-explode action will guarantee the camo, but he might be walking into danger.
Ooh. Uzi, like the sneaky snake he is, finds himself a kill, gets out of dodge almost immediately, and now back over towards glass, influencing those spawns. He wants more Moggers, on the opposite side of the map. You have one over towards blue, and there's one player sneaking on snipe, and all of this info truly is power and just being fed to his teammate here by Uzi.
Yeah, they've had most of the camo control for this game with a 6-kill lead as they start to enter the final stretch. They got to be feeling pretty good. Nice little flank action comes in, results in a back smack. Sniper coming up as well, and you've got Ezzo trapped on the other side of the map, finds the perfect shots and the kill. Right as camo expires. Nice little trade action coming in. Brother will get the kill off of respawn. And you got Legion Gaming looking to close this one out.
Looking for the final 4 kills here. We see Uzi keeping height with shock, just daring Ezzo and Morgan to make the move, because ultimately they're the ones that have to make something happen. Legion Gaming love their positioning, bait them into a false insecurity, and steal away kills, but a one shot might not go down here. You needed that kill onto Morgan, not able to get it. And now Uzi's job from this point is just to try to stay alive until his teammate comes off a spawn, but he's being hunted down left and right. How does he get out?
Almost stays alive long enough to try to take a shot and make something happen, but ultimately isn't able to find the kill there. Nice job by Moggers to both extend their life and kind of bait and switch and never show themselves or even give anyone from Legion a chance to connect on those headshots. It is Ezzo's turn to snipe now. He's got a couple shots left with both players in front of him. He's going to need some help, though, if they pick up these kills and secure this next camo. But if they do, this game could still go either way.
He's going in, and that was a must-trade situation coming out of Zuzi to answer the call immediately, and Uzi follows it up with a big-time kill without going down himself. 2 more kills needed for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, that might be the nail in the coffin there, as you see both kills. Another trade comes in, or not even trade, but just full-on pick. They will secure themselves camo, and with 1 to go, Morgan's location is known, does what he can to try to buy time with the grenade, but the flank comes in from the brother from Zuzi here, and they will close out game number 1, 25-19. So kind of picking up right where they left off last time we saw them in these twos.
Those who were born together thrive together, says Legion Gaming. Uzi and Zuzi, the twins, coming out with a big win in game number 1 in our warm-up before pro scrims happens. A whole lot of 2v2 action been going down, and no different here. Straight up been giving you all of the action. Zuzi, being the frontline player that he is, the entry fragger, 13 kills, but also died 13 times. I think what really is impressive to me is a 2.0 KD coming out of Uzi. If both players had high deaths, there's no way to come out with the win, so somebody had to balance it out, and Uzi comes out with, again, a 2.0 KD, 6 assists to go along with it, and just fantastic bait-and-switch teamwork coming out of the twins of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, and even though it's 25-19, it's a little bit, kind of closer at the end of the day, that as a result, with those things like camo and how big of a swing you can see, we had Morgan and Ezzo bring it back within 3, take both Uzi and Zuzi down, and if they were able to get another double kill and secure that camo that ultimately kind of won the twins the game, they would have been, like I said, right back in that one.
Well, now we go into game number 2 of our 2v2s. Again, your appetizer before the scrim, and Zuzi wants camo almost immediately, and you know what? Honestly, goes down, but burning the camo, keeping it out of the hands of Ezzo and Morgan isn't a bad situation. However, a 3-kill swing may not be what the doctor ordered, and right now, Ezzo and Uzi duking it out.
Not a lot of ammo left, though. That's going to melee. Trade action, trade across the map, as well as Morgan and Uzi go down here. Uzi wins that trade. Nice movement, though, to stay alive. Really thought that was going to go Morgan's way, but a couple ring around the rosy action, and ultimately Uzi wins it.
Cross map shots, Uzi double backing through the gold side of the map here. Nades are coming in though, and he gotta do everything he can to try to stay alive. Been one shot forever, but finally gets his shields back, trying to keep Morgan at bay right now. Meanwhile, Ezzo takes height right over Uzi in a really peculiar situation. It's really tough to fight this player over on the high side. He tries to go up, but his teammate ends up going down, and once again, Uzi left by himself in a 1v2.
Doing what he can to try to escape, get some extra damage down on the map. Almost survives by jumping into that little sneaky kind of gold corner. But ultimately, both go down. And now a 7-3 lead here from Moggers, the largest lead we've seen so far. They know both players are going to spawn over here towards A, going for a quick insta-split. I don't think any of that connects. Does get a couple early shots here. Do have Morgan go down over towards Turbine as well. That's going to force Ezzo to back up. Have to reset the map.
Shots going in. Ezzo momentarily backing down. You see Morgan started to position himself over on the blue side. Maybe a two-pronged attack from the front and the back. However, Uzi and Zuzi deal with Ezzo before the kill goes down. The trade is in. Morgan gets first shots, wants to get aggressive. Almost gets ninja'd, but Morgan doesn't want any part of that.
Yeah, that would have been quite the play if Uzi was able to pull off that ninja right as camo is coming up. Luckily, the timing does allow for both members of Legion Gaming to respawn and contest this camo. They are on gold side of the map, which makes it a little bit harder. You can see Ezzo, rather than going for camo, goes for the long flank. That allows Uzi to get the camo and does pop it and get out. So nice plays here by Legion. They do lose one. Zuzi going down and kind of maintaining that momentum we saw him have last game, I should say. Sitting at 4-7. His brother really trying to keep the deaths down. Zuzi playing aggressive on the map and really kind of looking, you can see him looking for trades.
Moggers have now doubled the score line of the opposition here. Meanwhile, Uzi with the camouflage. Seems like they're spawning with camo at this point in time. You end up isolating Ezzo. Get yourself one kill. Morgan nowhere to be found, so they're going to back up. They're going to reset. Still down by 4 kills are Legion Gaming.
Uzi just runs out of camo now, but picked up the grapple. I believe that they know both players are over here. They should know at least one is. Looks like Moggers elect to try to play around the map. They both go bottom middle, rotate over towards Turbine and A. You can see Legion Gaming doesn't initially expect that. Almost gets caught off guard, but do ultimately find, or should find, both kills here.
Uzi finds the backside, still has a couple grapples to work with. Zuzi's twin brother goes right at Ezzo, leaving Morgan by himself. Still having the long gun, but without the shield, has to back up momentarily, and that momentary lapse in timing allows Morgan to get out of dodge.
8-10, so now right back in this game. You can see Zuzi grabs himself another kill. Lots of kills coming out, as you can see. Finally, he does get taken out by Morgan, who has the Shroud. That will buy him enough time to actually escape here, get his shields back. Zuzi might find himself in a tough spot. But Morgan wraps around bottom middle. Both players miss each other here on the rotate. So it's back to a guessing game.
Ooh. Cross map, no problem. Back with it, just one kill. Can't grab up to gold. Ezzo is blocking your path. A big shots coming out of Ezzo, but the cleanup is there quickly. So is Morgan off of the top rope, and a little bit of back and forth action. Looks like Morgan still wants even more of it. That pre-grenade over towards Uzi, but Ezzo spawns, gets camouflage. Finally, Moggers have the most important resource on the map.
Yeah, you can just see how much easier it is to get the camo when you can force the players to spawn over towards gold. Forces them out onto the map, and a lot of times a terrible position. Big battle going on bottom middle. Ezzo not able to find the shots, loses the battle to Uzi. Loses the camo and brings the game back within 1.
Uzi sliding his way in, pings are going down, knows, and has an idea of at least where one of the players are, and eventually going to find out that both players are actually playing off of the tower side. Zuzi taking a whole lot of damage. In fact, both his teammates going down to one shot here. They try to rotate out, shields are up. That means the weapons are hot. Ezzo goes in first. Ezzo the first one to go down. Morgan tries to steal away the one shot. Both players are weak, but the bait and switch is just too good. Elamite, I know you love that.
It was a beautiful one, as you said, Tony. Not only that, gives them back the lead, gives them control on the map, gets them shock control as well. Zuzi finds himself another kill as they are flying in towards control. Uzi with the grapple, trying to get involved in this play, finds the damage he needs to clean that up, and immediately recognizing the spawn here should be over towards gold and long haul, and is setting up for the push.
Game slows down just a little bit here, but it looks like Morgan finds himself over toward the blue side. Uzi finds his way out. He doesn't want to run into both players. High IQ play, but now can you find the picture down to one shot, and you can't escape. Zuzi now by himself. He's the one being hunted down. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Tied game, 17 apiece.
Yeah, nice push by Moggers. You could tell kind of caught Legion Gaming over peaking a little bit, takes too much damage, and they both get caught off guard. Like you said, in order to tie the game back up. But with that being mentioned, 18 to 17, again, Ezo in a tough spot. Uses up the rest of the ammo in the shock, but can't find anything more than that. New camo in 15 seconds, and you can see Legion Gaming over here towards long haul. They're waiting to make a play around this camo.
Both teams soften each other up across the map here. Couple tags left and right. Uzi understands that this position is important if you want to play for the camouflage. Picks up on the damage that his twin brother ends up causing, and that's just a perfect wipe coming in from the Legion Gaming duo.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, based on these first two games, Tony, as we reach the final stretch in this one as well, 21-17 lead and camo being burnt once again. So many times it feels like it just comes to setting up and contesting the camos, and the twins here and Legion Gaming just being kind of far more coordinated on how they want to play and contest these, and you can see it paying off well in these twos.
2 kills between them. Ezo very forward on the map here. Morgan with the cross map shots. They look good, but the shots even better coming right back at him. Right back over toward the tower side. No, you can't stay too far away from your teammate. The moment the enemy team recognizes that, they're going to isolate you and they're going to force something bad to happen. But apparently, it's not on Moggers. It's on Legion Gaming. Zuzi gets caught out. Uzi now by himself because of it. Uzi goes down. Ezo threads the needle right before he turns the corner. Tied up once again at 21 apiece, going into the end game.
Yeah, you could see it almost kind of seemed that Legion Gaming was going to be extremely staggered there, and it might have been Moggers' opportunity to try to force the aggression and see if they can't catch anyone trying to escape or any spawners there. Like you said, we are tied up once again. You've got Moggers here playing back towards C. Morgan, scared of the collapse, has to challenge, but can't find the shots, does get cleaned up. And then so does Ezo, flying out looking for the cleanup. And just like that, right off spawn, Legion Gaming right back in it with a 2-kill lead, new shock, and Moggers kind of wishing they could have that one back.
Oh, I was gonna say allowing Uzi to get away with the shock definitely couldn't be what the doctor ordered, but they deal with it so quickly, and Uzi does a great job of keeping Ezo at bay with the cross map shots. But you gotta be aware that Morgan's trying to find the angle. Morgan finds the nade to bring us back with the 23 apiece, but more importantly, leaving Uzi once again by himself, and Morgan cuts off the exit route, keeps him over towards the bottom gold side, has the shock, but he goes wide right, one more kill, and at the same time, Zuzi gets the trade. Legion Gaming get the win.
Yeah, in a similar format, but even closer than game number one. Legion just controlling camo constantly. I'd say maintaining a little bit more control of shock, playing together a hair more. You know, taking a look at the stats there, Zuzi once again playing for the trades, playing extremely aggressive, and the kind of more patient, stay alive play style, or I should say, the coordination and the teamwork between the two, edging them out by 1 kill here in another close game. You could just see how much different it might have looked. I don't think Morgan was expecting the Legion to be so close on those gold steps, maybe kind of rotated towards batteries or over towards A and kind of catch them off guard.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you once again here, it is your 2v2s right before the pro scrims, your straight ripping Pro Scrim night, and we're doing I guess a best of 5, or I guess a best of whenever everybody's ready for the Scrims. But a nice little war to get some action on your guys' screen right now. It is the Legion Gaming duo of Uzi and Zuzi going up against the Moggers duo, and so far we have Ezzo and Morgan coming in, but eventually the full teams are going to be going in, and a rematch from what went down in DreamHack. Moggers, I believe they were going by Dark Inside back at DreamHack. I could be wrong about that. I should have double checked, but I believe they were going by Dark Inside. Now going by Moggers right now with a little bit of a new look.
And as we take a look at this game, it's a similar look to how last game started. A better opening for Moggers, but will it be enough to take them through to the end of the game? As Camo's spawning now. Hasn't worked the first 2 games so far, but Morgan with Snipe Camo might be, like you said, Tony, just what the doctor ordered here.
An apple a day keeps the sniper away. Low ground, Uzi. Just barely missing out with the snipe. Double melee does end up connecting. Zuzi now being chased away from the high side over on the low. You have to imagine he probably looks to go bottom middle and over towards where his teammate is. That's exactly what Zuzi does. Wait for his teammate to come off a spawn. You're down 0-3. The last thing you want to do is snowball and give away any free kills.
Right, Camo's on the map hunting you down. Eventually does find Zuzi, who, like we said, did rotate away. Uzi trying to find that Camo player. Does kind of play in a position that gives him an out where he escapes over here towards Big Door. And finally, as Camo does expire, you can see Uzi and Zuzi lining up here towards Nest and Big Door. Morgan, however, does find both kills.
6-1 advantage. And mind you, Ezra hasn't died a single time. Man's feeling confident enough to repulse up into the sky, pulling a play out of Legion Gaming's book. Normally, Uzi and Zuzi are going for the crazy plays like that. Well, we see Ezzo do it and ends up going down because of it. Morgan chasing away Zuzi. 5 kills between them, but it's still early.
Morgan with the challenge onto Uzi over here towards Camo as he comes off of spawn. Was in a tough spot and forced to challenge as the collapse from Moggers was coming in. Now with an 8-2 lead in Camo in 15 seconds, Uzi knows he does not want to go down here. Gets intel on both players towards B side of the map. But both Uzi and Zuzi no shields there. There will be a trade over towards Nest. That leaves Zuzi closer to Camo. You can see both players trying to stuff each other out here. Neither one looking to let anyone escape with Camo.
Morgan with some mean shots here. The headshot falls onto Zuzi. Uzi coming out of nowhere, but apparently Ezra's right on his tail. Has to settle for the trade. All 4 players down the map at the same time. Mind you, Camouflage really kind of flirting out there, trying to pull them all back in. And it looks like right off the spawn, it's going to take the attention of both teams, but they want to fight for it. And Morgan, he crossed the street while looking both ways. I think he put the cross before looking both ways.
And off rip, even though all players were down on the map, once again, it's Legion Gaming who comes off, in the winning position, getting Camo and Sniper Rifle here. Zuzi was able to find his first kill and the most important kill so far in order to get these weapons here back in his control. As both players in front of him towards B side of the map connects on, I think, both shots there. Does find himself the double kill, and slowly but surely, Legion Gaming inching their way back in this game.
Things going much differently for this Moggers roster than it ultimately did in the first 2 games. I mean, in the mid game right now, you have a 4-kill advantage. But, of course, you allow Zuzi to get the sniper, and he peels a head right off. Somehow, Ezzo, a pseudo-ninja, somehow gets the backside of the opposition, but still goes down. It's Uzi that gets away. Zuzi gets a kill. And mind you, because of that, Zuzi gets sniper and has 4 bullets to work with.
4 bullets plus repulsor here. He's starting to play aggressive on the map, probably getting some callouts from his teammate Uzi, who gets the stick onto the player's sandbags, and with Zuzi having Sniper Rifle, finds the cleanup kill, ties this game up once again, and it looks like the collapse comes in just a little bit too early. They really thought someone was going to spawn over here towards Camo, but both come off spawn towards B. Luckily, Zuzi the twins here recognize that, do find 1, make that 2, as Zuzi Sure shots right there. Does clean up one, but gets caught off guard by the rotate or spawner here of Morgan.
Tied up once again at 15 apiece right now. We see Morgan actually going on the low side. Might end up going for the skill jump. No, going the longer route. And Zuzi gets a couple shots in the back because of it. Gets the attention of both Zuzi and Uzi. I think he wanted to sneak away one free kill and try to get away, but you've taken a whole lot of damage and distracted both players. And hold on, Ezzo spawns up near the camouflage, but gets taken down before being able to burn it. Morgan now gets away with camo. Can he stay alive?
Yeah, he might have spoken too early by getting away with camo as he was hunted down, put it in between a rock and a hard place there, and eventually gets back smacked. Nice play and kind of coordination here by Legion Gaming to make sure Moggers, even though they did get that one, feels like they've only had essentially one camo in all three of these games to really capitalize on.
20-17 is the advantage right now. Once again, Legion Gaming taking control in the end game, and they don't want to let go. Moggers, who have been so tough to deal with all game long. I'm definitely not counting them out, but they need clean kills just like that. Ezra wants to stay alive, down to one shot. Uzi is there. Uzi wants to kill Ezzo. Ezzo staying alive for as long as possible. Long enough for Morgan to get involved, but still down by 2 are Moggers.
Yeah, down by 2, but Zuzi walking away with sniper rifle. This is going to be a prime position, or the ability to take the game into your hands, or your game to lose at this point. Uzi finds himself the trade top middle onto Morgan. Zuzi rotates towards B, gets that quantum. Doesn't pop, or actually no, he leaves the quantum. He has repulsor here still. So leaves quantum, rotates towards Nest. Maybe doesn't want to give away his position either. Does use the repulsor to get out of dodge there. We'll see how they elect to play this one. He is getting collapsed on. Finds the shot, but does get traded out with only 2 kills left to go for Legion. Trades are perfect for them. Morgan and crew have to play extremely careful. They make sure they don't give up any free deaths.
Morgan over to the tower side, needs this 1v1 win. Instead, the only thing he'll get is swimming with the fishes for the 25th kill. Not like that. Oh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it seems like it was going to be exactly like that, Tony, as the emphasis of the mind, the gap, and that gap of 2 to 4 kills each game here, as we find now Legion Gaming up 3-0. And camos and equipment just really hurting them so far. And a little bit of a flip now, though, Tony. As you can see, the twins maybe taking turns here. Zuzi heard us talking about him. Decided that he's going to put up some positive numbers this game.
Hey, sometimes you're the bait, sometimes you're the switch, you know? The first game we talked about, it was Zuzi that dropped 13 and 13, so clearly was the entry fragger of that team, but this time Zuzi takes up that same exact role and does it well. Same exact stat line with with Zuzi keeping his death low in that matchup. We're going into the series, and now it's 3-0, I want to say, in favor of Legion Gaming. And what I would imagine maybe a best of 5. We do this right. You know, I feel like we're 39 minutes in. We finished 3 games already. So we might be able to finish off a full, I guess maybe not best of 5, more like, I guess a whole 5-game series. And right before our pro scrims, which again, 2v2s, just the warm up, just the appetizer. Don't worry, guys. Here in your Straight Rippin' Pro Scrim night, we're going to have a full scrim between the full rosters of Legion Gaming and Moggers.
Ooh, nice shots from Zuzi to open this game up. Actually, must have been from both of them. As both go down here, Zuzi waiting to pop this camo. He grabbed it. This is going to be a very late pop. Gets shock rifle, gets into position, and is really looking for information here before he even puts this to use.
Legion Gaming this time starting off a bit early, 2-0 lead. Camouflage, shock, or Moggers had a nice advantage last time these two matched up just like this. Right now, Moggers the one putting max damage onto the camouflage player. Uzi trying to get away with his life, but also trying to line up Ezra at the same time. And turns and burns Morgan. You'd love to see that. Meanwhile, Ezzo in between a bit of a Legion Gaming sandwich, and that's a 4-0 swing for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, that was a tough one. You'd almost think, or I bet you Moggers was thinking Camo was going to be expired by this point as well. But don't forget about that late pop that we had. A lot of these players not able to find those headshots they're initially looking for, but beautiful plays we had of Uzi earlier, playing the position perfectly. Make sure they can get both kills without going down. 4-0 lead. A little over a minute into the game. They might be able to find both. Sure enough, they do. And they should be able to get into position to force spawns over towards C as well.
I don't know if we're running with the mercy rule, but I don't know if he's 12-0. We might have to call and move on to the next map right now. 6-0, half the work has been done. However, a little bit of Caster's Curse. Morgan gets his first kill and some extra damage on top of Zuzi. But Ezzo is going to love that as Ezzo sneaks in, finds the weakened Zuzi, and puts 2 on the board for Moggers.
Yeah, 6-2, 2 minutes into the game. Very slow paced game. Within a 4-kill game, anybody's here, Tony, talking about mercy rules. That's Mogger's definitely mad about that one. Like we said, 1-1. Morgan's got shock rifle, only 1 shot and 1 grapple. So, and 1 drain. Tony, what happens here? Nope, no drain.
Ezzo's able to take down Zuzi. Gets his shields back at the same time, grappling, but looks like the grapple maybe doesn't go exactly the way he wants it to, and now doesn't have an extra grapple to work for that camo with. Uzi jumping right out of the tower side in order to take down Ezzo. Ezzo now by himself has to take a wider angle. Nades go down, but camouflage has already come up, and it finds the hands of Zuzi.
An 8-3 lead with now the second camo in their hands once again. Call it the second camo of the game. Call it the 20th camo of the series, whichever one you prefer. And just like that, though, Uzi goes down, brings it back within 4. They do know where camo player is. You can see them just pre-firing at bat ledge, trying to spot him out where they can. Almost gets melted. Goes aggressive clamber. Ezzo finds the kill. Really nice play. Take out camo.
Oh, that melee not going to connect. Morgan wants to take that one back, but it's really tough fighting from that angle. Can't blame him on that one. Really tough, but right now, half of Legion Gaming's kills is what Morgan and ultimately Ezzo are working with. Finally, you put your 6th on the board. You find that extra shots. Hold on. Uzi flies out and trades out his life, and again, in ultimately a situation he has no business getting a trade, Uzi gets his Zuzi on the follow-up, and man, are they quick to attack.
I mean, it's whoever's going to walk away with the shock here. No one's been able to get, like, real control of it. And with the respawns coming out so quickly and all the action taking place right here in the middle of the map, you can see every spawner just getting immediately involved back in the action. Kill comes in here for Zuzi. 1 for Morgan as well. Looks like Zuzi might back down. See if he can't find the shock rifle that I believe now has despawned.
15-9 advantage. Easy kill coming in from Zuzi. The BR finds the headshots, and ultimately Morgan trying to find the stick. Just barely avoids it, does Zuzi, but a great need out of Morgan. Better shots out of Zuzi. 17-9 right now. It's getting worse and worse.
17-9, Zuzi, he does smell a player over here towards A, but both players moving very quickly. Ezzo takes a couple shots in the back. He likes to play towards the middle of the map with his teammate over towards gold to look over him. Finds the kill on Zuzi with camo coming up soon. Actually make that right now. Zuzi just elects to play for the burn, and I do like that. Considering they're already up by 6, don't want to give Moggers any opportunity to have a big kill swing.
Oh, love the shots at Ezzo. Decent strafe. The shots are starting to connect here. You just saw him take down 1, get a little extra damage onto Zuzi, and because of that, Morgan gets activated through that. You see him forcing him over toward the gold side, even having the wherewithal to look for the spawning players, and there's the shots. Zuzi not going down just yet. Uzi has his back, and mind you, that's a double kill from Uzi to bring the lead back to 7.
Ooh, and the flying perfect as well on Ezzo, who's coming off respawn over towards C. 20-12, new shock up in 8 seconds. Legion Gaming with a big lead like this, they're not scared of pushing and playing, like we said, for trades. Can't find the pivot win onto Morgan, but Uzi is there for the cleanup. Knows he's got a few seconds of a 1v1 here. Tries to use the peak shots best he can as he slides down gold stairs. Beautiful shot to connect and win that on Ezzo once again here. Uzi with 15 and 6, having a monster game here in this game number 4.
We just call from Uzi's point of view, Uzi kind of just dropping in off the top rope for the back smack. Love that double kill out of Ezzo. You may be down by a little bit, but I will say that's a whole lot of fighting Ezzo to try to keep them alive.
If you're going to get back into it, starts with a double, follows up with some shock action. We'll see if he connects on anything. Trade comes in across the map. He gets cleaned up over towards batteries and not enough kind of space to work with there as we see game 4 also go over in favor of Legion Gaming.
So far, we still got a little bit of time here. We imagine that the players might be ready around 7 p.m. Eastern right now, 6:46 p.m. So we might be able to sneak in one more game. Maybe we're lucky, maybe 2 between our 2v2 practice guys, ladies and gentlemen, Legion Gaming, going up against Moggers. Right now, it's the duos and Uzi and Zuzi facing off Ezzo and Morgan, but eventually you're going to have, the Chris Commas of the world, the little Gators joining the side of Legion Gaming. Eventually you're going to have, Syrian and I believe even Ice Kid, I want to say, coming in as well. Ice Kid, a young man from Puerto Rico, Syrian, who's been a young star as well. He's been scouted quite a few times. It's an interesting Moggers roster. I think I even saw in the chat it said maybe a little bit of a pickup squad, but hey, you never know. Syrian was scouted by at one point your boys Stellar and Eco for a little bit. I know Ice Kid, he was filling in for Ryan Noob under Ascending Baseline for a lot of those qualifiers and did very, very good and helped them get a very good seed, ultimately leading into DreamHack Atlanta. So you're talking about quite a few players who have found success even on land. DreamHack Atlanta was definitely great for Dark Inside. So Legion Gaming will be tested just like the 2v2 duos have been tested so far, but right now they're up 4-0 in the 2v2 practice.
Up 4-0, but they've had a couple of good opening starts here. Almost another 2-0 to start with camo grabs. We'll find a 2-1 advantage. Morgan with camo and shock once again. This might be their opportunity to start turning some of these games around. We are seeing some more power weapon and camo control. As long as they can kind of play these positions a little bit more efficiently, you could definitely start seeing them take some games.
Shock is out. Uzi's down. Morgan awarded the kill for that one. Not done just yet. Have to avoid those nades that are coming in. Uzi would love to get the cleanup there. Mind you, Uzi does spawn up. He's actually right in front of him over towards Loop, and Morgan knows about it somehow. Mind you, Uzi could be stalking from behind, but it doesn't matter because Morgan is quick on the attack. Headshot and a 2-kill advantage for Moggers.
I'm pretty sure Uzi just got spotted out as he rotated through flowers here. They will find him and connect on another perfect headshot there. Morgan found 2, looking for the third one with the help of Ezzo. They will find themselves in a 6-2 advantage.
Morgan, fantastic intuition. I mean, the man knows where everybody is on the map, and mind you, he's hitting the shots to Morgan. Oh, his name is because they're delicious shots.
Just phenomenal start, and the best start we've seen out of Moggers as we continue the destruction here as Morgan connects on yet another headshot with 1 left in the chamber. I mean, this has got to connect, right? He does hit it. Doesn't find the kill quite yet. Is getting rotated on, and finally Legion Gaming starting to show some life here.
Wait, let me check the scouting report here, man. The scouting report has to say from now on, do not let Morgan get the shock. Whatever you do not allow him to get the shock, because those were some crazy shots to go along with some great movement to avoid most of the damage that was coming by Uzi and Zuzi. Eventually, though, they spot him. Ezra gets spotted as well. Morgan, bro, he's flying right now. He's warmed up. He's on fire.
Definitely heating up here. 7-1. New camo getting ready to spawn right this second here. Does get it and escape. At least for the moment, is getting hunted down. Uzi spots him out, but can't find the shot on the one-shot player. not enough help from the teammate. Ezzo can't get in there to find either one of these kills, and oh, that one hurts. That one hurts bad there. That definitely could have played out a lot differently, and that puts Legion back now within 4.
10-7 advantage here. Moggers looking very good. Meanwhile, Zuzi, big kill to start things off against Morgan. Meanwhile, Ezzo, he might just, oh, Morgan lifting up right into Zuzi's reticle. Morgan forced all the way back over toward the snipe side. Looks like he's caught between both he and Uzi. Shock now in the hands of Zuzi. Ezzo rotating away from it. They have a 1-kill advantage, but he would love to keep it that way. Oh.
Now we're all tied up. And all that work we saw from Morgan here to open this game completely negated as Uzi now has shock rifle. And you see the twins moving around the map, trying to isolate, find some information, find some good damage trades. Uzi's forced into a bad spot, and with all these grenades coming in, Zuzi's got a challenge. He's got both players in front of him, trying to find the one shot. Nice job by Ezzo to just hide his head and not show any kind of opportunity for Legion to clean up these kills. And with Ezzo getting his shields back, finds Uzi off spawn to now put Moggers back up by 3.
Still on board right now with Morgan. Has a couple of stickies now to his name. Ezzo spotted over toward the S4 side, and you see Uzi and Zuzi start to rotate through the yard. Morgan wants to try to cut that off over towards Gold, finds out exactly where they are. Of course, he's connected with the shots. The man hasn't missed a shot. Headshot, it feels like all game long as he backs Uzi down right into the hands of Ezzo. Uzi, by the way, with a crazy stick, but Morgan is hot on his tip.
No, he did not.
Did I see that?
Oh my god, just breaking ankles with blueberries. Finds the double kill, double stick in a terrible position while, I want to say, like, no shields for a good 20 seconds.
That, I'm not gonna lie, that's a tough one. The double stick that Uzi just got, and then the follow-up with another 2-kill swing, that's crazy. He had no business getting that. This should have been nowhere near tied up. But right now, not only is it tied, but they're able to camouflage it. Right now, it's Legion Gaming just have full momentum is what it feels like.
Oh, Uzi tries to pick off the kill and can't find it. Is one shot, misses the melee, and Morgan now up by 2 again. 12 kills, sitting at 12 and 6. Been a difference maker here in this game 5. Ezzo and Morgan, though, they're recognizing where the players are coming off spawn. Forced to play forward. Does find the trade. Well, let's see how Ezzo elects to play this one.
Down to 1 shot. Does have a teammate with them over in the loop. Mind you, camouflage coming up, and you gotta love finding the backside of your poor opponent. Excellent movement coming out of Ezzo, and looks like the follow-up is there with Morgan. And I thought I saw camouflage up. I actually could be wrong. I do see the shock for sure, and Ezzo's already on it.
Yeah, Moggers not able to find the following kill with the thrust onto the player spawning over here towards snipe side of the map. Morgan, like we said, now at 14. Ezzo going for, I want to say, a couple of these players looking for some thrust back smacks, but nobody able to find anything here. Legion Gaming brought it back within 2, but Morgan somehow finds himself the shock rifle once again. Must have close to 10 kills with the shock here as he finds an assist with it once again. 4 left to go. Could close the game out here with the shock alone. We'll see if he finds any more.
3 kills. Uzi started to reposition. Catches a bit of an angle onto Ezzo. Ezzo recognizes it before the shots even hit. He actually goes all the way up over on goal, but somehow Zuzi off his spawn is able to catch him in yard and back within 2 kills. Moggers looking for their first win and looking very good in the late game here on Solitude.
Legion Gaming now has brought it back within 2. Now Camo is coming back up 10 seconds. This will be the last one we see here this game. Big 1v1. Piv comes out, and of course, it's Morgan to win it. It's going to leave Zuzi in a really tough spot. Best he can really hope for now is a trade, but can't find it. That allows Ezzo to get Camo and get out with 2 kills left to go. Maybe seeing Moggers answer back.
Just 2 more kills. Zuzi in a battle. He thinks it's a 1v1, but quickly turns into a 1v2, and now the real 1v1 begins. Then Ezo fighting unfair with the camouflage, with the double kill, and Moggers are on the board.
Yeah, Moggers not too happy about how these first 4 games went so far. Answered back in a big way on that Solitude, and Morgan himself really stepping up to make sure they can put that win on the board here. 16 and 10. And if we could see the medals, that's what I'd want to see. How many shocks or perfects did this guy have? 4 from Ezo. 7. 7 with 5k damage. That is
What?
absolutely gross runs.
That's actually insane. I mean, it's crazy. I feel like I honestly feel like if there's one thing that I could take away from that matchup that we just saw with in the 2v2s is that Morgan with the shock is a threat. Like I feel like if you're ultimately going into the 4v4, it's like I'm communicating with my team. I'm not saying yo Chris, yo little gate, whatever you do, if you die with the shock, make sure it's off the map or wasted. Do not let Morgan get the shock because that was scary.
Yeah, I mean, we saw everyone in all these games really kind of pulling off some nice shots, some no scopes involved, but as
Yeah,
far
man.
as full runs and sprees, definitely Morgan having or stealing the show here in that Solitude game. The whole game was almost a montage, and definitely the determining factor to get them back here. They're back with a win on the board.
Absolutely, and I'm looking at I'm even looking at the Discord calls, and I do see stuff starting to populate a little bit. I saw GG's in the chat, and it sounds like maybe they'll be soon getting their players in and getting ready for our actual scrim. Again, want to remind you guys, it's your Straight Rippin' Pro Scrim night, returning Tuesdays into the next Fridays, and it's honestly my favorite day of the week now because we always take some of the top teams in the world and pit them against each other. Mind you, they're already planning on scrimming, getting practice, so Straight Rippin' comes in, puts some money into the victor's pockets, and allows us to do a production because of it. So you guys get to see it with the amazing sounds of Kyle casting and me yelling into the mic. But either way, you guys get to see it from a different light as a normal practice, which is so fun. So we obviously want to thank the competitors for coming in, for even doing a warm-up with the 2v2s to get us ready for the 4v4s. They don't have to do that. But of course, a big thank you to Straight Rippin' for having us as well and for allowing us to do this. So guys, if you love it, show us it. You know what? Whether it's a sub, a follow, a retweet on socials, it goes such a long way showing that you guys enjoy this type of content here. And I'm sure Kyle agrees with me. I don't want to speak for him, but I'm sure you agree.
You can speak for me, Tony. I trust you. I trust you enough anyway. I don't know about some of the stuff you said earlier in the stream about what you do on these weekends here, but I mean, we all love Halo, and of course, yeah, any support, especially when it goes into these kind of grassroots moments, which we've had on more than one occasion here. It's the love of the game that keeps it alive for so many people here. So, of course, any support is is much appreciated, from social to Twitch and subs and things like that here. And of course, shout out to the players as well, because we've seen a lot of people step away, a lot of people go to other games, but there's a lot of people that still love Halo and Halo Infinite and want to see it out through and through.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, again, this is just your appetizer. We still have the 4v4 Pro Scrims coming up. And while we allow the players to just get ready, give them a few minutes to talk things over and get themselves in the comms, we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we're going to have your scrim. It's Legion Gaming, it's Moggers, and it's going to be lit. Don't go anywhere.
your smoke when I breathe you in. I'm breaking down, I'm spinning out. Yeah, I've been staring at the ceiling, on the floor, so cold I'm shivering. The way that you leave and then come back for me. Lord knows I can't get you off of my mind. Knock me down low, then you get me so high. Get me so high. So slow you crept up, took over my life. If I could have lived, but I can't even try. You get me so high. I pray that I won't let you in, but each time I do it over again. Trapped in your grip, I'm losing it. Lord knows I can't get you off of my mind. Knock me down low, then you get me so high. Get me so high. So slow you crept up, took over my life. If I could have lived, but I can't even try. You get me so high. Lord knows I can't get you off of my mind. Knock me down low, then you get me so high. Get me so high. So slow you crept up, took over my life. If I could have lived, but I can't even try. You get me so high.
That are still very capable of, really making more kind of strides in Halo Infinite, I want to say, and making some, kind of big notable plays, placings, happenings here before the end of the year as well. So I'm excited to see how this plays out here, and with the grudge match that we've had between these teams in the past, it'll be interesting to see if how they duke it out.
Yeah, I know at DreamHack Atlanta it was very interesting. You saw Legion Gaming going up against at least half of this Moggers roster, who I believe again was going as Dark Inside back at DreamHack Atlanta. And after the win, not only did they stop Legion Gaming from having any chance of making it to pool play and ultimately to pro bracket, but on top of that, there was some very much trash talk, I think, the entire time, and it ended with some big time trash talk coming out of the players from Dark Inside. I will say some of the more vocal ones, I think, are not on this squad anymore. However, I'm sure Legion Gaming must have a little bit of bad taste in their mouth, and not say bad blood, but I'm sure they're like, hey, you know what? We would love to get a win here and just kind of show what we can do a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, when you have to sit on some of these losses through long off seasons and downtime, when you're just itching to get into another game, kind of have a better, fresher memory than some sort of loss, or somebody standing up across the table just yelling at you. So yeah, I'm sure everybody's ready to get back into some games. Of course, we got some money on the line once again, so big shout outs once again there. Straight Scrims coming through, and of course, like I said, I'm sure all these guys are excited to get right into it.
Yeah, and mind you guys, what the rosters are, because I know it's been a little while since we've had Legion Gaming. We actually haven't had Moggers. So you're looking at Chris Common, you're looking at Uzi, Zuzi, and Little Gators coming in. Obviously, Uzi and Zuzi, the twins. Chris Common, been around the block a few times, and anybody who's teamed with them always has great things to say about his macro, kind of talk about him as like an in-game coach. And Little Gators, who at one point was stuffing stat sheets as far as assists, but I don't know. He's starting to come into his own as far as slaying. I've been seeing some of his KD numbers. I'm like, all right, Little Gators has been leveling up. Part of that that Believe the Hype tryouts, where I kind of first started to get to know him outside of just like a matchmaking kid, and I feel like he's really become a great competitor. Other side of things, you have Syrian. We talked about him being scouted by Eco and Stellar at one point. He's really excited to watch. Ezzo, we've seen him teaming with the likes of Envor and them for a bit. Ice Kid was filling in for Ascending Baseline, young man out of Puerto Rico. And Morgan, who's been with Dark Inside for a very long time and has made it out of open bracket, mind you. A lot of people don't realize it, but Morgan has made it out of open bracket multiple times and really is becoming, I guess, a young veteran now. And by the time next multiplayer comes out, excited to see what Morgan's career is going to look like.
Yeah, especially after that Solitude game like we just watched. Some of his ability to take over with the shock rifle and put up some big numbers in that game to get that win on the board here for Moggers, like we said, or like we just saw. I think players got to be getting close here. Getting ready to jump into games as well. Maybe we'll have to jump into our 1v1, Tony, as we keep discussing here.
Yeah. One of these days, instead of a practice 2v2, it's going to be a 1v1 between me and Elamite. And let me tell you something, as much love and respect as I have for this man and the history that was straight ripping, it'll be a damn shame to 15-0 him in that 1v1.
I already knew that was coming, Tony.
Guys.
I already knew that was coming.
Fans. I got to do it for the people.
I already knew you were going to say that, Tony, because I already know what you're going to do, and I'm 2 steps ahead of you through the whole game. Just remember that.
Oh, no, the chess player. Oh, man, I'm in trouble. You know what? I'm playing checkers. I'm making it simple, and Legion Gaming and Moggers, I'll make it as simple as can be. This is going to be a fun matchup. You're going to see 2 teams leaving it all on the line and going at it, and hopefully Moggers have to end this quick because I'm pretty sure they have some clan raids to do, because I think everybody in this lobby on this team is a clan kid who'll be doing all the raids and stuff. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's 4 down.
Yeah, a little 4v2 opening action here. Uzi and Little Gators grabbing 2 apiece. Securing that sniper rifle, securing ball, should be able to contest. Camo is getting ready to spawn here in the next few seconds as well. Quantum still up on the map. We'll see how Legion Gaming elects to play this. You do have 2 going down, though. That's going to disrupt things quite a bit. Zuzi pushes out, tries to contest Camo. I think he thought he got the kill, but not able to find that one. That may just be Camo, Sniper, and Ball now going over in favor of Moggers.
Ooh, big time snipe coming out of Ezzo, and Moggers right back into it. Wasn't the best start for them, but you have Sniper, you have Ball, you have Camouflage, give it to Aki, and I'm sure he'll make some kind of great meal out of it. Oh my gosh, another no scope. Moggers, they started off getting squad wiped. Look at them now as they take the lead.
Take the lead. Sirion, he found himself camo. Got 3 kills already, and he's in a very sneaky position here, recognizing where a lot of this aggression from Legion Gaming is going to be coming in at. Pushes up at a perfect time to find and secure the first kill. They've got 2 dead for Legion with last 2 players in front of him. First player, however, is the Quantum. Will get cleaned up by a spotter or Morgan over towards B side, so that removes 1 piece of equipment from the equation. And Sirion, as his camo expires, tosses the ball to his teammate, who I believe is also out of snipe ammo. And that puts the Moggers back in scoring position.
Not done just yet. Sirion getting aggro from the dummies over toward the cut side and then wrapping back. He understands that Legion Gaming are on the flank, and Sirion has perfect time. He takes down 1. It goes in for the second big time double kill out of Sirion of Moggers.
Yeah, nice kills. Does clear out A, but no ball time was secured there. Should allow Legion both to come off spawn and get back into position here. Maybe it was because this camo is coming up in just a few seconds. They elect to just let that ball reset. But either way, the map switching once again. Legion go 2 dead. They find another trade themselves. 3 dead for both teams momentarily. But at the end of the day, it's Uzi who gets camo and looks like he does escape.
You got to think a little bit of a missed opportunity. I don't know if there was maybe not enough small talk to find out who's hopping on that ball. Eventually, it resets, but I feel like there definitely could have been ball time accumulated before then. Before, it was a good decision to just allow it to reset. 34 seconds, you're leading by now, and you're finding the kills. So I guess that's really all that matters. If you put them 3 down, you're definitely hopping on the ball, and that's exactly what happens. Oh, no. Moggers go 3 down, too.
Yeah, lots of trade action back and forth here. Ultimately, Chris Common finds himself the sniper rifle and the kill onto Morgan. With another trade over here towards Ness, he's going to know the spawner's over towards B side. Can't find the body shot. Got shot in the back, so he should have a rough idea of where this player is. They're looking for some kills. Not a very high-scoring game quite yet. But you can see Legion Gaming looking to lock down elbow and mud side of the map. Playing aggressive. Find 2 kills. With the sniper rifle, got a lot to work with. Finds the headshot with the 360 no-scope. Great plays by Common.
Common starting off that play, rotating the ball away from the 2 players that were pushing over towards elbow, and ends it with a crazy no-scope to the dome. Now once more, quick scope connects. Enemy team goes down over towards tower. 3 down, in fact. Go Moggers, as Legion Gaming should be taking the lead right back.
Now look at that. Coming up, 5-second lead now and counting. Chris Common starts to play aggressive, or at least push up on the map here with that sniper rifle, but ultimately gets caught off guard by Morgan, who had already rotated over towards back B. Only got 1 shot left to work with, but finds the headshot and the kill onto the ball carrier with the play ball. Might make it a triple, but Common, he's got QT, pushes for the chow. Lots of QT action. Can't find the kill, though. Morgan lives.
53 to 42 right now. Moggers are scoring. Morgan did live for a bit, but eventually he does get taken down. Ice Kid on the hunt finds Zuzi. Couple shots onto Little Gators, calling for the cleanups. The cleanups will not happen. Little Gators running for his life finds another.
Yeah, still pretty mixy game. Camo coming up in 5 seconds. Once again, you got both teams out here looking to contest this one. Nice shot by Morgan to play aggressive, follow up on some of the damage, and now pushing up on the extra damage on the players on sandbags. That allows Sirion to get camo, Ice Kid to get the ball, and now Legion Gaming, they're going to be very staggered here on this next push.
Little Gators and Uzi back green by themselves here. That's exactly where Sirion wants them. Couple extra shots. Both players weakened. Their information is given to the rest of the team exactly where they are. A couple players don't leak through the setup right now. You see Uzi already present. Uzi now joins, and the camo eyes are looking very good. Half shields, but Sirion finds the exit route. Ezzo finds a double. That's a 3 down for Legion Gaming. Could be 4? Yes, it is.
4 dead. Sirion with camo gets the ball once again. 13 kills, 8 assists, and only 7 deaths. Being a huge impact in this game as he finds himself yet another stick onto Uzi. And with 2 dead, that's going to be a really staggered kind of really just shut down push now for Legion as we're reaching the 4th quarter here of this game.
A little over a minute on the clock right now, so Moggers not only having the lead, but also really putting Legion Gaming behind the 8 ball just by using the timer and the no-scope right to the body of Uzi, forces him out. Meanwhile, it's like Chris Common and his Uzi want to attack from the opposite side, but they're going down left and right, and while that happens, Syrian and Moggers continue to score, and Ice-Kid continues to snipe. This Uzi is literally the last player alive. He can't stay alive. Morgan gets the ball, and this is seconds that ultimately Legion Gaming cannot afford.
Absolutely not. Under a minute left to go in this game. Uzi in a big battle with 2 players around him does stay alive as they put 3 dead for Moggers, but what a kill from Ezzo. Finds a shot with the sniper rifle, a second one as well, but not enough to take Uzi down, who rotates ball towards Keydor, tosses it to a teammate, and is playing up on the map here with this sniper, looking for an early pick, and he finds it.
Wants more! He's gonna get it! Uzi with the double kill, gets his shields back. Another battle, but Uzi's not missing a shot right now. That's a killing spree being dropped by young Uzi as Legion Gaming try to steal away round 1.
And that's exactly what you hope for when you're playing up on the map there. Little Gators finds himself a double kill, make it a triple as he pushes into A, with Camo coming up as well. 15 seconds left to win. They don't need it here. They just got to keep Moggers away from the ball. Little Gators decides to play up and go for the trade just to keep them at an arm's distance. There's a push from Ice Kid, who forces the drop ball, but does get cleaned up. Uzi and crew, they should be able to move this ball away from any pressure. But I spoke too soon. He does get cleaned up. Uzi in a tough spot. Needs to kind of win this, because Moggers, they could steal this one right back.
Camo in the hands of Ezzo. Player does sneak over toward back green. 2 members of Legion Gaming make it 1, make it none. Double from Ezzo. Ball back in the hands of Moggers. 1 more player to work with, but they have no idea Ezzo is swimming in the waters, and it's bloody waters indeed. Ezzo's the shark.
Wow. What a comeback. I mean, you thought Legion had that game. You thought they had it for the last 2-3 minutes of that game as they took the lead and were maintaining control, but just ultimately looked like they got a little bit too desperate for the ball, and it backfired so badly. They end up falling short and losing game number 1, or round number 1.
Bro, I don't think Ezzo's a real person. I don't believe it. That was just insane. The man was one shot as he was falling, reposted that player to keep him top mid, hits another one on the rotation over towards dummies, and somehow he lives. He has sniper, brings the ball back. I mean, you can't ask for a better life, and he still hasn't gone down until just that moment. But the Legion Gaming might be able to get camo and sniper right back, so all of that, and Legion Gaming back in the driver's seat.
Uzi finds himself a body shot with that sniper, has another player right in front of him, goes for the mine the gap, will find it, just like we saw in the 2s, but Sirion's the one going to experience it this time. And sure enough, Legion Gaming doing a great job holding Moggers at bay, keeping them trapped over here towards B, and starting to put some points on the board.
Hunting down 2 different players, some way, somehow. Chris Common takes down 1. Ball is dropped and then ultimately flies at him. Does Uzi on the rotation over towards green. Get some information that Morgan's flying in, ready for the fight. Jiggle Peak looking good to quickly go down for Moggers.
Little Gators now seeing what he can't find on the map, playing up here towards B. You can see this is exactly kind of what you want to see. Ultimately gets cleaned up, but with Common in a great position, finds himself a couple of kills. They do recognize where these players are, and with Common clearing out here towards screens, great ball rotation from Uzi. They know their players are coming out spawn towards C. There was a player towards Nest. Rather than contest, just take the extra time, get the ball away from danger.
34 points already and counting for Legion Gaming, and Moggers though, nice little double push out of them. That's going to clear things up, but your repulse while weak, Legion Gaming end up knocking it down. That's 1 kill that Goes the way of Legion Gaming. That could turn to more unless Moggers answer right back. Gotta love that trade.
And new camo getting ready to come up as well. It's going to let Ice Kid get the ball. Keep in mind, they did steal round number 1 here. So if they come back, could look to close this game out and take game 1 of the series. Camo has spawned. Uzi and crew looking to contest. It's a 2v2 scenario. Morgan in a tough spot with no shields trying to play or contest this here. Zuzi goes for the aggressive contest. It completely ignores Camo. I actually really like that from him. It will secure 1 kill, but with Ice Kid getting the camo, they're going to really want to sniff him out here.
They have an idea of where he's at, but couldn't exactly find it until he reveals himself and gets a double kill. Because of it, Common still has a little bit of work with that QT. That snipe shot not going to connect. The second one does, but Morgan down to 1 shot, still able to stay alive. It's still Moggers starting to get aggressive. A 1 shot, no escape, 3 down for Legion Gaming. The final player gets absolutely turned on. In some way, the ball resets. Wow.
Yeah, we saw what he could do with the shock, but it looks like he's just as clean with the snipe. Morgan finds that 180 no-scope. Which will allow Moggers to get some extra ball time here. But it is Legion Gaming so far in the first half here. It's been able to take an early lead and maintain ball control it. Really momentum here for the game so far. A nice double push comes in. They do clean up Sirion Common. He's found himself the sniper rifle once again. Just keeps finding its way over into the hands of Legion Gaming. Unable to connect on those headshots. Will get cleaned up. That puts 3 dead for Legion, and now we'll see what Moggers can do.
Moggers were on an early setup here, but somehow finding an angle on that ball carrier is going to throw them off guard just a little bit. Moggers set up all the way over toward the A side. Ball may just reset if they're not able to jump on it. And man, Legion Gaming somehow finding those kills that really matter. And Syrian now in a 1v2, making it a 0v2.
Yeah, you can see what Little Gator's trying to kind of wall peek, strafe his way to survive over here towards A with the help of his teammates. Does in fact live. Camo coming up in 20 seconds once again. You can just see Legion. They're very disciplined on how they want to play when they have the ball towards A. Constantly kind of pushing up, trying to take some space and play for a rotate if necessary. They passed the 50 waypoint in this game. The repulse aggression comes in from bottom middle, and you can see the repulse up the top. Camo spawning now, and with ball switching hands, that puts 3 dead for Legion, and this may be Moggers' time to try to tie this one up.
I believe Camouflage ended up getting burned here as we right back on board with Little Gators. Little Gators goes right after the ball carrier. Looks like they were trying to rotate it over towards green. That repulse might help them do literally just that. Little Gators now looking for his next victim while Legion Gaming continue to score.
Still scoring, and an overkill in the kill feed. Not even sure who grabbed that one, but it puts 4 down for Moggers as we reach the 80-point mark in this game. Spawner's coming over here towards B, but if they don't get some kills here, that's going to be it for this round number 2. We're going to the deciding round number 3, and you can see Moggers having a really hard time trying to get out here towards B, grab a couple of kills, but trades aren't going to do it as we see 4 dead once again. Legion should be able to get this ball and just close this one out.
Getting into the fight. Trying to buy time for his teammate to finish the last few seconds, and they're able to do it. Tied up at 1 apiece. A swing round number 3, ultimately in game number 1.
Game starts out, you can see very aggressive pushes here from Legion as they're playing towards B side of the map. They put 2 dead early here for Moggers and will kind of clear out bottom middle, get repulsor and sniper rifle. So best case scenario here for them. With Camo coming up in 10 seconds, we'll see if Common wants to get this snipe towards tower or over towards kind of Camo, and it looks like with a nice headshot double kill coming in now as he brings it up towards sandbags. They may be able to clear out these players and lock down this first Camo.
Love the headshot coming to Zuzi. See the pings going in. They have an idea of where that player is. Actually, Ice Kid, though, he might have repositioned over toward the top sandbag side. And meanwhile, Ezzo, he finds one out in open field. Easy kills, or at least making it look easy, does Ezzo. Moggers on the ball. Gonna put the first points in. He said, you know what, Ezzo, take the snipe real quick. I got ball. Let's see what you can do.
can see Camo now in his hands, just trying to keep eyes on this ball carrier. Does get cleaned up, finds a pick, but wasn't expecting another player from Legion to already be soaring over here in towards tower. Kind of wish he took a little bit of extra time there, maybe been able to live, but it still allows 3 dead for Legion, and Moggers keeps control.
Double digits so far here from Moggers. Meanwhile, Legion Gaming haven't exactly found their single point here in round number 3. Fresh off of a win off round 2, Legion Gaming now struggling to get that ball out of the hands of Moggers. It's rotating away. Uzi's right on him, gonna run into 2 different players from Moggers. They goes in and try to get some value off of both players, but ends up just simply blowing up. And mind you, Syrian spawns back green, and he's ready to fight.
Ready to fight, but does get cleaned up by Zuzi, who challenges the spawners over towards Mud. He does go down, and with these now 3 dead Camo and 30 situation, this round number 3 is not starting the way Legion Gaming was hoping. Uzi's trying to do what he can over here towards B side of the map to open up some space. Finally, they do get the first pick on this push, which should allow them to all kind of press the gas pedal here. Uzi trying to find a kill, but he's getting rotated on, has the QT, but is forced away. Just like that, even with that first opening pick, things have not been going their way here.
52 points already for Moggers. Legion Gaming find themselves just way too far behind. The big time stick trades out their lives here, but you need a lot more than that if you're Legion Gaming. Little Gators getting camouflage, maybe combining it with the sniper could be something that brings them within the right direction. You're already on the ball, starting to gravitate towards a setup, but you need just one more resource before you can really get max value.
The Little Gator's doing what he can to try to get some damage down on these players, but Liv at the same time takes the fight towards the player at tower, but can't find the headshot. I think they might have traded out, but either way, Moggers, they do break through. Syrian is the last player alive, but found himself sniper rifle. Finds a body shot onto this player who pushes him at tower. Does almost clean up the kill, but finds a new player. Just head on a swivel. Syrian doing all he can here.
Once again, Moggers started to score, and once again, a player from Moggers is going off with the sniper, and this time it's gonna be Syrian. While Ezo has the ball, Syrian and Moggers continue to fry. Legion Gaming continue to just die. They go down left and right, and like dominoes, they're just staggered at the moment here. Ice Kid not able to win that 1v1 just yet, but he stays alive, takes height, and maybe this is Legion Gaming able to force that ball off the map. It's a reset.
Yeah, finally forced the ball off the map at 77 points on the board here for Moggers. Only 23 to end the game. You can tell just really one setup is probably going to be all they need to close this one out. You're going to have perfect play from Legion. They're going to take this game number 1.
He's going down here. Legion try to steal it away. Not going to happen. 3 down. Go Legion. Syrian wants the ball. Brings it towards bottom mid. They already have 77 seconds. Legion Gaming have to get the ball out of their hands.
Yeah, they shut that down really quickly. Common does find the trade. 3 dead for Moggers. Will get the ball. We'll see how they want to play this one. They step out the last player. Uzi getting this kill is huge. This is going to stagger Moggers in a big way. Only down 50 here now at the moment, starting to close in on this gap, and they can tell they want to play aggressive here and keep Moggers away from the ball. With Camo coming up, you don't want to necessarily get trapped in the base. If they don't secure this, that'll probably be what Moggers needs for the final stretch.
Just 23 seconds needed here for Moggers, and I thought it was going to be a tough one to try to break Legion Gaming, who seemed like they were in a full setup, but Moggers, they find 1, turn it into 2, and now half of Legion Gaming stay consistently on the respawn screen, and nobody's winning a 1v1 ultimate because Moggers are not getting into the 1v1s. They're using that teamwork in order to keep Legion Gaming staggered. Another trade that ultimately Legion Gaming can't afford, and that's Moggers taking game number 1, 2-1.
Yeah, and you can remember how close that first round was in this game, coming down to the wire, and was anybody in the 100 to 95, and then kind of just a back and forth round number 2, and then really dominant performance from Moggers in round number 3 here. Just take a look at the stats. You had 3 players breaking the 40 kill mark, 2 of them on Legion, but it wasn't enough for them to take the win as Sirion, only one reaching 40 on the squad, but doing just enough. 231 to 228 doesn't get much closer than that.
All the kills in the world, not enough to stop the efficiency coming out of Moggers, which, by the way, didn't even look all that perfect at times. At times, it feels like we saw where they maybe were overslaying, at least in the early games around number 1, but eventually able to just find value out of each and every one of their kills, all of that damage. And Legion Gaming, despite having 2 players combining for 83 kills, and mind you, the leading Slayer also having, I think, over a minute with the ball time, which is insane on its own. If you didn't have the minute with the ball time, you're thinking he might have had 50 at that point. Would have Uzi. Crazy to think about. But it's Moggers that take game number 1, and more importantly, probably momentum here. Remember, it is practice. You know, we're talking about practice here in Scrims. However, it's a money scrim. STR8 RIPPIN putting cash in the winner's pockets, so it means that much more.
Oh, 100%, Tony. And of course, when it comes to practice, practice when there's money on the line is like practicing in an online cup. I think a lot of us and pros and current players and stuff would all consider better practice than a scrim as well. So anytime money on the line, I think you're going to get a little bit more value from there. People trying a little bit harder, you know, going into like the conversations around team slayers and whether or not you play them online. You know, we're taking a look at Aquarius Flag right now, which I know is a game type Legion definitely likes. You know, playing out on the map, playing really aggressive here. But at the same time, Moggers, this is a game type that could benefit them well with how they played. Now, it's not going to be a shock or a snipe here. So that might kind of slow Morgan down a bit, but we'll see how he kind of measures up to the test here.
I'm just trying to imagine Aquarius with 2 snipers on each side. That'd be insane. Oh my gosh. Ezo on screen right now with the early P-side flank gets awarded with the back smack onto the camouflage because of it, then goes in for a little bit of an ego chow, but man feeling confident right now. Uzi may have started the flag, but it really depends who finishes the flag because Morgan has one for Moggers.
Yeah, early flagpoles here for both teams as they start pulling these ones out on the map. Only 30 seconds into this game. Couple of kills over here towards Uzi. Couple here for Ice Kid as well. But it is going to benefit, it looks like Legion Gaming a hair more, as they're all alive now at the moment.
See Sirion, he spotted a play over towards top mid, wanted to hunt them down, eventually spots them over towards P, but gets overwhelmed by a couple players, and a trade not going to happen. The return does. Flag is already for the base of Legion, but as a Moggers player, started to sneak in, not able to get the pull. Uzi might get 2, killing spree for him, but what's important is the 6th, and mind you, while all this happens, Little Gators punches in the first flag cap for Legion Gaming.
Yeah, it does cap in that first, throw in that first flag. Gets cleaned up immediately here as he tries to contest the P-door or any push here from the rest of Moggers. Ice Kid and crew starting to play aggressive, trying to clean up some of these players. They get, or 2 go down. That's going to put Ice Kid in a tough spot. Not sure he's going to be able to fight his way out of this one, but he's going for the attempt. A trade is going to be all he can get, but with Zuzi running this flag, you got Legion Gaming looking pretty primed to maybe put a second one in.
Flag just about to return. There it is. Zuzi putting the second flag here for Legion Gaming. And mind you, no counter cap opportunity for Moggers. In fact, it's really Legion Gaming the ones that are taking space on the map. And Zuzi already finds himself in the base of Moggers.
You can see Sirion moving that flag, moving it very quickly as well. Goes for the G-slide here towards Car 1, does hit it. Zuzi is looking for the contest, throws a nade, doesn't find the damage he's necessarily looking for, and Sirion being an absolute nuisance here. He cleaned that one up? No, it does get cleaned up, but wow, Sirion, great play, dodging the nade, sniffing Zuzi out, and it might be just enough for Moggers to put one on the board.
Return being started. Nobody able to keep that alive. And there it is. Flag put in, one for Moggers, down by just 1 cap. It's doable. Back-to-back kills. Legion Gaming being spotted, Moggers chasing them away.
9 minutes left to play here. Camo, like we said, or like you can see in the hands of Ice Kid. playing some long-range defense here from the base of Legion. Here's a player running around, goes for the back. Smack does get the kill, but gets cleaned up. Maybe want a little bit more value out of that. Common pushing in aggressive. Does pick up another trade, and that puts all 8 members dead on the map. But that flag is not even close to being returned yet.
2-1 advantage still for Legion Gaming. Notice how 2 players from Moggers start to favor the utility side. Always wanted to fight for the car side is Moggers on the way from util to util, checking every corner. They march their way into the Legion Gaming territory. Whole lot of damage being taken, but teamwork truly is what makes the dream work. They find themselves one. The now grenades go down early. A flag pulled, but it's actually not Moggers. It's an distraction flag being pulled by Uzi of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, they get the flag out, pulled here, trying to be a distraction as much as he can. If he can actually get a kill and the pull again, that would be huge. Little Gators comes in, and we'll start relaying that one. And we'll see how Moggers tries to handle this situation.
Assist goes down, knows that player has already hit the black screen. Moggers start to take height, forcing Uzi over toward the low ground. Big time kill, though, right in the mid-map. Wonders if he's still being chased by that first player that's in the back base. Uzi aware of it, willing to fight it, doesn't go for the melee early, finds the weakened player. Uzi starting to feel himself. That's a triple kill. Where's the over?
Doesn't go for the over, just goes for the flag cap. This guy's got money on his mind. And you know what I want to do now, Tony? Let's go into a listen in with Legion and see how they play this aqua flag.
Yo, Camo's coming up. Their car glass, 3-shot, Gabe. Don't know where he went.
2 up.
One there, Peter weak.
P1 right now.
I love you.
Yeah, they're fridge weak.
We missed P1.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, to you, Angel, to you.
No, they're top gen, top
He's
gen,
weak
top
to
gen.
P2, Gabe, P2.
Top gen with their shrooms to top shroom bridge.
3 dead.
Bridge on me. Yeah.
Went shroom, bottom shroom.
One spot back flag now. One
Two-shot in,
spot back flag on you.
two-shot in.
20, bro.
You're by yourself, Gabe. By yourself.
One shot here.
And they're brick,
Peter out by P2.
Out P. And one
On
bottom
bottom mid, Rocky.
P2.
Yo, yeah, on Jake.
Bottom.
One shot P2.
The gen bridge to gen.
Yeah, I'm running to you.
I'm running.
Alright.
We're missing one. Where's Morgan?
We're missing two.
Just Morgan.
Our side, Ezra, 2 shots.
And one back flag to Peter on me.
On me Z.
I got one.
There's
Gonna be one more there, Peter. There, Peter killed me.
One shot repeat glass.
Out there front base Z. P2 weak, you just down.
Looking.
Calm sounding a bit clean right now in a 3-1 advantage. Legion Gaming, a little fadeaway shot though coming from Ice Kid, and just like that, this 2-kill lead could turn to none. Flag on the move, but also stopped over towards the mid-map. Are Moggers able to relay it through their base? You got it towards the courtyard, and you don't worry about it. We're gonna help it, Ezzo. Run the flag.
I mean, look at the stats here too, Tony. Common and Uzi, 18 and 17 kills. They got 35 here between the two of them. I thought they were going to put that flag in. It looked prime to be capped and give Legion a 4-1 lead, but somehow at the end of the day, Moggers is the one that gets the return and the cap themselves. 3-2, just a 1-kill cap with 5 minutes left.
Still plenty of time for anything to happen, including 2 caps for Legion Gaming, or maybe a cap from Moggers in order to tie things up. Zuzi wanted to go in for the skill jump, has to fight his way out of that. Meanwhile, Uzi on the low side gets himself an assist. Ice Kid, who's already started the fly, can he make the cross? It's at the 50% portion of the map that Uzi decides to fight. Meanwhile, Ice Kid gets himself a win.
That was a huge win by Ice Kid, playing at the height disadvantage and actually picking up the perfect kill is going to allow him to still play aggressive here towards Legion's base. Picks up yet another trade. Not going to allow him to get a pull, but will pull some of this pressure here off the map. 2 dead for both squads momentarily, but it's Legion who's moving flag once again.
20 kills so far for Chris Common, and starting that flag, at least bringing it over to the 50% portion of the map. Double push out of Moggers will force this player out of the util. And mind you, Flag's still on the move. They need to stop it ASAP. Uzi has a camo and is trying to deny access to it. 3 down go Legion Gaming, and Ezzo, instead of playing for the return, he's going to trust the teammates to do just that. He's going to play forward. I love this play by Ezzo, excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely the right play. You can see he gets damage onto a player, just picks up yet another kill, and is the one to pull the flag. Too often you'll have people who are the ones in position to play up on the map and maybe get a flag pull. You kind of elect to not take space or take that opening when it exists there. So great job here from Moggers to actually play that out as they look to cap and tie up this game here. Tony, once again, we gave Legion an opportunity to hear what their comms sound like. Let's go over to Moggers and see if they can battle back in this one.
1 for 3, 1 for 3.
2 urgent, 2 urgent, 2 urgent, 2 urgent.
2 urgent, 3 urgent, 3 urgent.
There's still 2, yeah, 3 now, 3 now.
I'm behind him.
One shot. One
Backpage now, backpage now. 1 car 2, 1 car 2.
One shot.
One shot, Argent, bro, not dead.
I got some in. Why are they going from base? They're
Peter shot. They're sure Peter. They're going P. They're going P side. P1. Going P2 now.
Our front base,
We're now, Gabe, Angel half.
Our front base skaters, going our Peter in. He's sitting outside, under the ledge.
Down the jump. He might be going front.
Yeah.
Front. One shot.
He's still shrooms.
One shot.
Throw me, come on me.
Come on.
About that thing. More.
They're dead.
I'm playing
Got back
back
shrooms, got back shrooms.
Run.
I'm one fast.
Yeah, one's
Whoa.
gonna spawn
Chris is up.
One gen.
Block John.
One fridge.
Going P right now. Going P.
Yeah, fridge one gators.
Mud.
PT Chris, one's already, 2 LP.
Back base on me. How do you spawn back base?
He's jumping, Murray.
That was quite the clean triple kill that we saw from Syrian. The man was moving and grooving. But mind you, still not enough. Down by 2 kills are Moggers. And on top of that, Uzi is actually able to get away with the camouflage, finds value from it almost immediately. And as Morgan and Moggers are trying to find them, they end up doing just that. Common starts the flag, but has to fight in order to continue it. 2 down go Moggers, but it will not be 3.
Yeah, Tony, we only got a minute 30 left to play in this game. This is where it starts getting a little bit scary. Sirion, however, grabs himself a double kill. Second one being a perfect and a piv will allow his team to get the return and a flag pull. If they can pull this game back within 1 and under a minute to play, it gives them a lot more breathing room to go into like an overtime scenario. But clock's ticking.
Third cap. Little over a minute. Some way, somehow, just when Legion Gaming has some separation in the scoreboard, it's Moggers that inched their way back. And now with the striking distance, if you get rid of Common, you might be able to run this flag through. Zuzi, the first one to spawn up, has a head start on the flag carrier, has to focus. And now they know exactly where he is. I don't see a world where he stops this flag unless a fumble.
Yeah, if Moggers kind of plays some good defense here, they tie this game up, and it's anybody's game back at that point here. 3 go down, though. 2 dead for Legion as well. Very tricky scenario. Icekid doing what he can, trying to nade this flag. Finds 1. Gets a player weak. The flag, he's got a few seconds left. Morgan trying to get to it, but a player P2 gets the kill, stops the return. Tony doesn't get much closer than that, and with 15 seconds left, I'm not sure they're going to have a chance to get back into Legion space.
Yeah, I truly believe Moggers will be kicking himself after that one. I mean, that should have been a flag cap. I mean, a little bit of hesitation, but Syrian can't wipe his tears just yet. He has to make sure that he goes in for another flag, keeps it alive. It's still game clock on here, and we just hit sudden death. A one-shot Zuzi, a double kill out of the iciest kid on the map. And although it felt like that first flag cap should have been yours, you still cap another, tie things up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to overtime.
I mean, I guess we should have known that. I mean, 17 seconds on the clock, Tony. That's like an eternity and a half in Halo Infinite in some way, as they... Even though the flag gets returned with 30 seconds left, it gets pulled and capped into regulation overtime. Great job by Moggers to battle back into that one.
Early thrust coming from Uzi. Oh, but not able to stay alive with it. 2 Thrust just sit on the ground right now, waiting for anybody to get hands on it. Meanwhile, the more important equipment, obviously the camouflage, it's Syrian that has it in hands. It's just right now using it to gather intel and feed it to the rest of his squad, while also responding to their callouts as he finds out there was 2 over to where the car side takes down 1 before they're both able to rotate out. Common, very aggressive, trying to get Camo off the map. Syrian does not want to fight a fair 1v1. He just wants to find easy kills.
Yeah, you can tell he's playing like we've called out before, head on a swivel, doing everything he can, trying to play from power positions where there's a lot of line of sights and places where he can output a lot of damage until he's trying to find these players. P2 keeps one player weak. That's going to be a big kind of swing here. Another player weak front of the base, and you can see with this flag being out, Syrian may have done enough to help secure this.
Does go down. Ezzo trying to turn the corner, not able to. Common is there for the return and the damage onto Ice Kid, but looks like it jumps over the head. Ice Kid goes under, not able to get the return, but Ice Kid does keep it alive. Little Gators now has to finish it. He's won. Did he get the trade? He got 2. All right.
My gosh. That was absolutely nuts. One, he shoots the frag grenade on the ground for the added explosion and damage to have enough health to actually get a trade on the next player. And 100% has just kept Legion Gaming in this one.
Trying to keep this flag on the move right now. Our Moggers, tough to do when Zuzi is just behind you, being a nuisance right now. The return started, not quite finished. Nade's looking good, but flag also still alive, and right through the car side he goes. Meanwhile, Moggers running a flag of their own. Syrian, he cuts that one over toward the courtyard and immediately wants to change his focus on the flag play. He's the most forward player on the map. Trusts his teammates to grab it, and meanwhile, he's going to try to work on the return.
You can see it's a really good spread on the map here from Moggers. They do take 2 down for Legion Gaming, and you've got Syrian playing for the return. Does get it in the touch. Syrian doing everything on the map. That leaves Common in a really tough position here. Does kill the first player with the help of Gators. They clean up another 2 dead once again from Moggers. Moggers, I somehow go 4 dead. Not sure they can keep this one alive, but they need to be worried of a counter capture of anything. Syrian can't get the touch. Nobody got in the base quite yet, but you got to be careful here.
Got to be real careful when you're in overtime. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, so could see a reset situation. But I will say, 1 false move, 1 kill could turn into 2 and can cost you a flag cap, which ultimately would be game. It's first cap takes all, and right now it's Moggers that ultimately know what's on the line, but Common on the defense, are they aware that Ice Kid has already made it over toward the back base?
It slays across the board. Common, Uzi, and Gators all at 30 as Common just grabs himself another one here. Ice Kid gets taken out. Had thrust. That puts that on respawn here as well. Morgan playing aggressive, trying to get into their base. Both teams taking their time. Back to a minute left scenario here.
Trade goes down. Little Gators already has that flag forward. The nades, though. Syrian and Ice Kid deal with them. Common's there. He takes down 1. If Common gets a second one, it could have been huge, but Syrian back on the return, and Uzi not able to stop that one from returning. Still in the base of Moggers, but has 2 players to deal with. Some good shots. The follow-up is there. Mind you, Legion not out of it just yet.
Yeah, 3 dead for Moggers once again. Crazy sprint strafes going on here, but they do ultimately find the kill. But with Moggers, all 3 just spawn here. They're all piece side of the map, and Legion's running this one once again. They take their time and drop it in util. Does allow the runner to stay alive, and now with 2 dead, Moggers finding themselves in a tough spot.
As long as Flag, we could be looking at sudden death here. Flag has already made it toward the util. Ice Kid with the nade, but there's 2 players already in. Zuzi's 1 shot still punches it in just like that. Legion Gaming tying things up.
Oh, big end of the game here for Legion to close that one out. I just mentioned 3 players being at 30 kills, but all 3 of those players going huge to close it out, picking up 5, 4, and I think 3 kills. So, 12 of the last final kills here. 5, 4... 11, yeah, 11 kills to close this one out here between Gator, Common, and Uzi in the final minute of that game. I think the real difference here, or difference in a major way, is just look at the assists, right? So forget the slays for a second here. Everyone across the board just constantly playing good spreads on the map, working together. 22 out of Zuzi alone. Common with 19. Common also being top frag, so big plays from him.
And mind you, one thing that kind of stands out to me is like Moggers. Mind you, like, after the 30-second mark you mentioned, where the return did happen from Legion Gaming, but it felt like throughout that run towards utility, I don't know if it was a fumble or maybe a player dropped the flag to maybe try to double push and have bandits open, but it felt like either way, somehow a bit of hesitation that led to the return. And they had to like cap one of the 17-second mark. And you got to think if there was no hesitation there, and they still get that flag cap before overtime, maybe this ends 5-4 before we even see OT. Like it feels like Moggers honestly could have won that before we even saw the end of regulation.
Yeah, I would say there are definitely some opportunities and some flag pulls, if anything, that game that were more likely to go in but got returned in the final moments there from Moggers, if anything, here. At least two that I thought they probably should have had guaranteed that they weren't able to secure there. So that's definitely comes back to bite them in a game where you have already 9 caps alone, right? And goes into essentially double overtime.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be scrimming a little bit of Slayer up in here. And in fact, Slayer on Solitude, which mind you, which is actually the way we actually started off our day in Solitude 2v2s. Well, we end up here, but this time it's 4v4 action, one of the more punishing game modes, or excuse me, maps that we have in our game. And it's one of those situations where if you go 3 or 4 down, it usually doesn't end there. You look at the follow-up slays, look at the spawn trap, and 2 kills can turn into 4, can turn into a 7 or an 8 kill swing, and before you know it, things either get out of hand or you see incredible comebacks. It's one of the reasons why I love the Halo 5 Plaza remake in Solitude, is because you have to value every single last one of your lives.
Yeah, I really loved kind of King of Hill, and even Strongholds was a lot of fun on this one. I think we actually got so good at it that we got it removed as a game type. But a lot of these maps, while they seem large, at the end of the day, with the lines of sight and other things that exist, the games can be really small if you play the maps can be really small if you play the positions correctly there. And that's what we see from some of these teams here, and why you're able to pick up some of these big leads. And like you said, Tony, if you take a team 4 down, it generally isn't going to end there, because you can force those spawns and collapse once again. And once a team really gets staggered, meaning kind of like 2 dead at any given moment, the last 2 players alive are almost guaranteed to die on maps like this. So that's where you see some of these big swings and momentums, and games get closed out that might have been neck and neck for the majority of the time.
Well, as of right now, both of these teams neck and neck at the moment, tied up at 8 apiece. Common able to get away with shock, but get away might not be the right word, as he's being surrounded, but a shot right to the left cheek of Ezo. Syrian right through the mid-map over on the driveway. Common still somehow able to conceal his presence, and mind you, they have shock. They have a little bit of a lead. Legion Gaming looking very comfortable at the moment.
You can see 3 members of Legion Gaming here over towards Soda Steps. They've got some players from Moggers pretty weak as well, who aren't able to capitalize on some of that damage, though. That's going to put Legion Gaming here now up by 3. Common with the shock, doing what he can. Probably gets a triple chain reaction with that shot. So lots of damage on the map, but not able to find the kill quite yet.
3 kills between them. Common looking for some of the weakened players over on the backside. Finds the most backward player, which is Syrian, but Morgan covers him perfectly. The reinforcements are there, and this time it's 3 down for Legion Gaming.
And it might have worked in the 2v2s, but not working in the 4v4s, as Moggers is just hopping around. Multiple players, no shields, and just too much damage output on some of these pushes for them to get any big cleanups. Pretty much just a trade at best. We are back at 17 apiece here. As you can see, Legion Gaming playing for middle of the map do find themselves to clean out sniper rifle side of the map entirely, and that should allow them to get this new camo.
Switch gears over toward Little Gators. Tied game. Zuzi has great positioning on that camo, but Ezzo is there, and mind you, Ice Kid tries to steal it away. Not gonna happen. Ezzo gets back smacked. Syrian about to get distracted by Uzi, who's pushing up real quick. This should be a camo belonging to the Little Gators of Legion, and with a 3-kill lead, it could turn to a whole lot more.
And it's just so hard to play out of flowers when there's so many different angles and people looking into some of these doorways to contest you. And you can see as those players drop Moggers, they're coming off spawn towards bottom snipe, and they've got players with camo shock rifle collapsing from above, 2 pushing from bottom middle. I'm not even sure how some of these trades came out, because they probably shouldn't have. But Moggers finds themselves a few. But the real story here is going to be Gators. And once the rest of the Legion respawns, is he going to be able to connect on any of these headshots?
And that's kind of what we talked about a little bit here. You know, tied up at 20 apiece at one point, and then at one point it was a 28-22 advantage for Legion Gaming. Even right now, 32-24. This is when we talk about things getting out of hand, from the mid-map to a 3-kill lead to the spawn trap. It's crazy how things can get out of hand. And right now, Legion looking very good. Little Gators has a couple shots left with the shock, and plants at least one of them on the opponents. Snaps on Syrian, just perfectly predicting the spawn and the movement. Little Gators says, see you later.
And this is that staggered and damage trades and things we talked about here. Somehow, and this isn't even the first time, Moggers has done a phenomenal job playing. Like, this is their sweet spot back here towards driveway. They, both earlier in the game and just now, you almost would have thought would have all been cleaned up, but somehow they bounce around just enough to live and get kills, keeping the game within 5. Almost thought it would have been over, but 4 go dead for Legion, and we talk about some of these swings and what can happen when one team gets staggered. Now's Moggers' chance.
Yeah, just when you thought that Legion Gaming had all the control in the world, well, Moggers did momentarily get them forward down. And although 1 kill goes the way of Legion, still Moggers slowly starting to claw their way back into it. Morgan on the battle with Little Gators. Zuzi decides to get involved, falls from the heavens to bring them within 40 kills for them, and 10 of ultimately taking the game.
Camo coming up in 3 seconds here. Probably going to be the last one we'll see. Moggers, they cannot let Legion get this, as we've seen them close out game time and time again with these camos. But just as I say that, Common does walk away with it. They got intel on 2 players. Morgan gets cleaned up. Common wisely taking his time, waiting for a collapse or some teammates to come in. Forces Ice Kid patiently as he waits to take the jump, get the cleanup, and now Moggers back between a rock and a hard place. Not sure these players are going to have any opportunity to survive here.
Oh my gosh. Chris Common coming in, finds the backside of one and then a 1-shot on the other, and just decides to chuck haymakers at both of them, as Legion Gaming now with a 2-1 advantage here on the series.
Yeah, Common not even wasting any ammo at the end of the game, getting it done the old-fashioned way. Sitting at 17 kills, and another big game from him as they take the series lead now 2-1. You know, and I think assists is definitely part of the story once again in this game. You can see kind of tied neck and neck for the first half of the game, and then once you see Legion get into some of those power positions, like the top golds, the top snipes, and you can kind of flip the spawns and the collapses between the players spawning either at sniper blue and then over in loop, and you can keep those players from kind of grouping up and playing any real defenses. There's just too many angles to watch and too far across the map for your teammates coming off respawn to get involved in the action again, and that's where you see these big leads get built.
It only took 6 minutes and 10 seconds for Common to drop 17 kills and 8.3 KDA. Mind you, actually, Uzi having the most damage actually on the map here. 13 kills, 6 assists for him. And Moggers, although they played extremely well in that one, ultimately, Legion Gaming do have that advantage only by 1. And obviously, a very long series, unlike a normal best of 5 or best of 3 or even a best of 7. You know, we're going plenty of games here in the scrim, so plenty of time for Moggers to bounce back, take a lead, and maybe even for Legion to answer right back at them. It's your your straight ripping pro scrim night, where teams are already planning on practicing why not put some money in the pockets for the victors so that we can put a show on for you guys at home?
Yeah, not only that, but like we said before, just the level of practice that these teams get when everyone's putting their top effort on the line. If you're not practicing how you play or how you want to approach the tournament, why are you even doing it at the end of the day here? King of the Hill Lattice as our next game type here. And Tony, like you said, like in the twos, we saw Moggers just go down early, but that did not mean it was over. You can see they do have the opportunity, or the potential, I should say, to take over a game and start putting some more wins on the board.
Lattice is where we land, or what do they say? The vegan-friendly lettuce is what they say. King of the Hill. I will say, not the biggest fan of this map when it was in strongholds and even on ball, but King of the Hill, I actually really like for this map. Not mad at that whatsoever. I'm happy that if we are going to see Lattice, we are going to also see King of the Hill at the exact same time. And of course, I'm always happy to see Zuzi with a snipe in his hands, because usually that means heads are going to be popped off.
Yeah, you can be sure heads are going to roll here in some of these scenarios. But as we say that, Ice Kid, we're going to see what he's got in store for us. 2 shots left to work. Misses on the first. No real snipe shots connecting to open up this game, but as I say that, the last and final shot makes its way onto Common. We'll take him out of the hill and give Moggers an opportunity to play for red spawns.
Ezzo and Uzi duking it out. They go all the way to the back base. Uzi not fighting fair with the repulse, keeps him away, and Ezzo, he's being frustrated. Had him down to 1 shot. Thought it was an easy kill, but nothing's easy when you're dealing with Uzi. Uzi comes in, and now just when he did the work over the red side, he's already putting down damage, getting assist over on the mid map, and that's just maximum efficiency and impact that Uzi is having on the map. Everybody from Legion Gaming.
Yeah, and on the other side, you've got Ice Kid wondering what his teammates are doing here, wanting to see him get some kills on the board. Sirion grabs 2, but Ezzo and Morgan yet to find one here, as the first hill already over in favor of Legion Gaming. Moggers isn't trying to waste any time, though. They break through into red, kill Uzi, who's hiding back red. A couple kills going on the board here now for the rest of the squad, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough here, as you do have Little Gators now in a 1v1. Finds himself 2 kills out of that. And now Legion Gaming back in scoring positions and should be able to force, or at least block here, red spawns.
Legion Gaming scoring here. Already up 1-0, but want to turn it into 2 real quick. And look at the way Chris Comet and Zuzi are taking space and getting value. But mind you, while they're played all the way up, it's actually Shilling that sneaks over towards the back ranks, and Zuzi has to get out of that hill just to take him down. Luckily, they're back to scoring. Our Legion Gaming Moggers need to find a way to get him out of the hill. It's not going to happen, though.
Happen quite yet. 60%, probably more now, as we see a triple kill go over in the favor of Uzi. Just going to force Moggers back over here towards blue. With the hill being so far away, I'm not sure they're going to be able to contest this one at all now. They do grab themselves a kill onto Common, but Common was just the sacrificial lamb there, as they do lock in now a 2-hill lead. And now Moggers is forced to run back to blue, but I'm pretty sure they just open up the spawns. As you can see, Common now walks up, grabs himself another kill, and Legion back in the hill.
I feel like time and time again we see that Legion Gaming have a favorite map and game mode. Specifically, I mean, for some reason on Lattice, even against some of the best teams in the world, like even against an ascending baseline, for example, they somehow find themselves comfortable time and time again. Moggers right now down 0-2, not out of it just yet, but Legion Gaming have built a comfortable lead to start things off.
Yeah, definitely comfortable lead, as Backs already got a quarter of this hill capped here. It is Moggers that's going to be scoring momentarily. They do grab 2 kills, so should be able to hold off some of this aggression, rack up some more time. You have a quick push coming in from Common. Gators grabs himself a kill, and somehow, just like that, though, even though they had numbers for a brief second, 3 make that 4 go down. And now Legion hits the 50% mark in this hill. And it's the spawns on this map, Tony, that can come back and hurt. Just right back red spawns trying to break your way all the way over here to Cargo and Blue. It just takes so long. Only have 1 chance to make something happen here.
So close to sending this one away. Legion Gaming right back on the hill here. And mind you, switch gears over towards Zuzi. Cross map shots looking very good, searing down to one shot. It was a cleanup there, but the cleanups don't get Legion Gaming out of the hill. And mind you, 3 minutes and 29 seconds, down 0-3 in the hardest hill to capture are Moggers. These are the things that you are staring down. It's not looking good.
Not looking good, Tony, but there's two ways to look at it, right? Like down 3-0 and just over or under 2 minutes of game time. Whew, that one hurts a little bit, but you need 3 hills to get back into this, but thank God you've got 3 minutes of clock left to do so. Because anything less, it'd be looking pretty scary here. So, still by any means, could go Moggers' way. We'll see. It starts with 1 cap, though.
If you cap this hill, I would definitely become a believer. But cap this hill quickly, I should say. Right now, Moggers about maybe 40% done with the hill right now, which is great. Barely any time has been taken off the clock so far, so things looking a lot better than they did. But now you have to fight off Uzi, and he's just sprint strafing right now. Uzi liking that sprint strafe mechanic. Meanwhile, Morgan likes keeping his twin brother down to 1 shot, and also little road detonation action. Love the heads up play coming out of Morgan.
Yeah, almost finds that kill, but kind of peaks a little bit too early. It does get cleaned up by spotters coming out of red there. It's going to leave Ice Kid over here towards blue, and he does get spotted out. Goes for a stick, but can't find it. Just like that. Looks like, yeah, I was going to ask if they're going to start trying to play some hill time, but just way too much time on the clock. They're looking to close this one out. As QT spawns, if Sirion can find this into his hands and make a play, maybe, I was going to say maybe could make something happen, but does get cleaned up, puts 2 dead again for Moggers. And now this hill has got, essentially progression now is back tied. And this is the time I prefer blue base, so I'd like to see Moggers try to fight their way out from red here. Get back in this game and make it happen soon.
Still looking for that final cap right now, are Legion Gaming. And at this point, I don't even know what they're even really looking for with 2 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock. At this point, whether it's a time or the score, they still have an advantage. Ezzo, and a bit of a 1v1. I don't think his opponent knows about it, though. Got some sneaky shots. 3 down. Go Legion Gaming. The final player is here, and that's a squad wipe. Moggers, you gotta get in the hill.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to, though. They're spawning out in red. Player top middle has got to do what he can. Only a few seconds left. Disgusting shots from Enzo. Oh, we'll get them back into this game, and that actually opens up the map a lot for them. Those 2 early kills will allow a quick push. They can take out Little Gators here. He's hiding back hill. That should maybe even make them staggered, which in fact it does. Still 2 minutes left to play, Tony. If they get this next one capped within a minute, that's all the time in the world to work with as we reach the final stretch.
As those shots echo across the battlefield on Lattice, just like that, Moggers not only cap 1, but also have a huge start towards their second hill. Less than 2 minutes on the clock, but right now, Moggers are playing so damn well.
Yeah, and they've got 2, maybe 3 members spawning up here in B, or excuse me, in blue, pushing over towards the hill. They do clean it up. I would like to see Moggers maybe try to put a little bit more focus on maybe blocking some of these close spawns. They are playing and kind of collapsing on it, but in some cases, just blocking it is gonna create a huge value.
So close to finish out their second hill. Legion Gaming, they're not close enough to stop it, and just like that, Legion Gaming only have a 1 cap advantage over Moggers, who continue to heat up. That's 3 down. Go Legion Gaming again.
And once again, Tony, like, this is kind of looking like a staggered spawn as Sirion is electing to play aggressive, and he's got good height position with a thrust to use, but does get sniffed out again here. Zuzi and crew take him out. 2 dead for Moggers. Thrust goes over to Zuzi, but can't put it to use well enough to actually find the kill. This is a time, though, that Legion can start focusing on playing clock with 1:20 left to play. This is a hill that does take a little bit longer than some of these base hills.
But over a minute. Uzi not able to take down Ice Kid using the jiggle peek behind the corner. Really tough to take a player out that way. Meanwhile, Zuzi has plenty of snipe ammo to work with. Wants to find value out of it, but also doesn't want to accidentally give it away. It's a tough position for Zuzi to be in, but with his teammates having his back, no problem whatsoever. The pains go down, and so do 3 members of Moggers.
Yeah, now this is where the clock starts getting scary here. Zuzi, as they cleared out everyone in red, they already know where the spawns are going to be coming up. That snipe may change things as some aggression is coming in too, so the B spawns or blue spawns get blocked. They're back over here towards red. It allows Zuzi to just run back and forth here, looking for these spawners, and 20 seconds left to play. I think Legion Gaming had found their opening to take this game.
Oh my gosh. And that double kill might just be the nail in the coffin. Not a triple, but just give it to him anyways. Because there's no chance for Moggers to hop in this hill and Legion Gaming hold on to the lead. And that's a 3-1 advantage after a 3-2 game. Legion Gaming, they trying to get paid, baby.
Yeah, we talked about how much time was left. I think they found themselves down 3-0 with like 3:17 left on the clock, I want to say, Tony. And just took a little bit too long to get a few of those captures. And that final sniper really just kind of sealed the deal here. When you've got people coming off spawn and immediately getting sniped, it's so hard to kind of break out of these bases and break a hill, set up down a number. It's not like an oddball where, you know, there's a giant marker on a guy's head that can't shoot at you. You know, he's being in that like bottom ice hill hiding behind those rocks. Unless you're throwing some really good grenades, these guys are very difficult to clear out.
Wow. Taking a look at some of the stats right now, you have 3 players in the 20 kill club. Meanwhile, also 3 players in the double-digit assist when talking about Legion Gaming. On the other side of things, Ezzo and Ice Kid, 24 and 23 kills apiece. You know, very good KDAs coming out of them. You know, ultimately not the winning effort, but like you kind of mentioned, they definitely were doing a great job of trying to get themselves back in the game and made me a believer at one point. Mind you, Moggers, though, not able to get the win. And we take a look at some of the damage here, and that is a whole lot of damage coming out of Legion Gaming. I'm good at quick math. Let me tell you, 5 cases, that's a whole lot of damage out of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, I think it's also important to note, though, Ezzo is top damage in the lobby there, sitting at 6,800. And, you know, like we said, they did a phenomenal job battling back into that game. Being down 3-0, they could have easily kind of folded and let that top middle hill go, and game been over right there. But they were able to battle back, and the last minute got a little bit lackluster. I think maybe they underappreciated how little time a minute is when, you know, one person dies on that ice hill. They need to probably put a little bit more focus on eliminating that sniper rifle player, just giving up the clock time and trying to make one really good stand.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, going to recharge, and this time, you know, we have another territory type of game mode, but let's switch it up from King of the Hill. Let's play a little bit of strongholds. If you're long, you're capping 2 bases, you're capping a point per second. If you cap 3, at that point, it's about 2 points per second, and that's when those seconds start to turn to minutes here. Moggers going up against Legion, down 1-3.
Another camo going over in favor of Common, though. To open this one up, Uzi finds himself a trade for his 3rd kill. And we talked about that triple cap. Nice shot from Gators. I think he got a second player no shields with that chain reaction damage also. And now Common with this triple cap starting to play aggressive here up on the map.
Contest this hill. Make sure there's no chance that they get away for free. The reset hasn't happened just yet, but right now, Legion Gaming still have it for them, not for long, as Alpha and Bravo belong to Moggers, meaning they're the one scoring.
Yeah, not enough eyes on B there to get that player weak. Unfortunately, Common has to trade his life. He can't get the reset on the hill either. That's going to flip it over in favor of Moggers. Would have liked to see a little bit more than 23 points on the board here, considering the opening that Legion had in that early triple cap. But now Moggers' turn to answer back.
Still scoring right now are Moggers. Ezzo making sure he locks things down from the needle side. He's able to support both sides of the map while they're watching across. Is perfect. It's a classic A-B setup right now, but the kills going down, this is where they have an opportunity to maybe get aggro if they want to try to play more towards the trip cap and the follow-up kills. That's 2 that go down, but it looks like Legion Gaming find their kills as well.
Yeah, finally Legion Gaming getting back into B. They had 2 down for a moment, but with these players coming off spawn here towards glass, they do find the reset. Little Gators trying to get the cleanup though. Gets 1, not able to find the second, but I lied because he did with the grenade. 3 dead for Moggers once again.
52 points so far for Moggers. It looks like Little Gator's doing a great job of watching Zuzi's back as Zuzi tries to push up over on the A side, catches somebody rotating from A over on tower, and Zuzi will take those kills every single time, and now Alpha and Bravo belong to Legion.
Yeah, you have Legion Gaming back in control, looking to take the lead here in this game. But let's go into a listen in here with Moggers to see if they can't break this setup.
Only 1 minute. He's come on. I got it.
Two dead right now, two dead.
Rest it, me.
Keep
No melee. Time for
No
push
more
up.
resets.
Mid bridge,
no
mid bridge.
dice, no
Sleep it,
dice.
Rocket, sleep it.
Go forward, go forward.
Got there.
How much do you want?
I'm going forward. My C plat. C plat. Going long. Going long in the big door now. Big door
Yeah, one
glass.
one
Big door glass.
Let me glass, I'm just playing C-Plat.
Right, so far.
Glass,
Longer now, watch out.
Sure, nice,
Fucking dead, man. Watch out long.
This guy A?
I'm looking at him. Playing it. Shoot my A.
We need those on you guys.
I got 1.
This one C.
He's low. I got 2 bullets.
So we hear Moggers doing whatever they can to hold on to their lead, but that's easier said than done with the way Legion Gaming are playing. Able to get themselves not only the kills, but also Alpha and Bravo right back over towards them, and Legion Gaming taking their lead here, 70 points and counting out of them.
Just multiple lead changes back and forth here as it's been extremely mixy. A and B just constantly flipping back and forth as once again Moggers back in A, but just for a moment here as Ice Kid is forced to back down, drop down towards Mangler Pit. You can see lots of action, but not many people going down here until now. 2 for Legion, 1 for Moggers as Common throws some nice grenades here, but he's going to be forced to contest B with no shields. It's going to be a tall ask.
93 points so far. Oh, Little Gator's not able to win that one. I think Ice Kid, it's a 5 with that. Mind you, Common, he has 2 weakened players in front of him, but not able to take down either one. Doing a great job of watching each other's backs, baiting and switching, and finding those kills. The weakened players are Moggers, not only staying alive, but finding kill after kill. What a nade by Ice Kid.
Ice Kid in B. They've got A B here. They know there's players in A, though. They just haven't touched the hill quite yet. Zuzi grabs himself a kill. Camo coming up in 15 seconds. Very mixy scenario, but Ice Kid somehow stays alive. That'll allow him to push towards A with 2 players, clean up another kill. And now they're looking to regain control of the standard little A-B setup as Camo spawns.
Trip cap. Locked in for Moggers. Cross map shots looking very good from Ice Kid. And look at all that information. You got Little Gators. He's close. I need more. Ezzo just dealt with them.
Yeah, triple kill here. Or excuse triple kill. Triple cap for Ezzo and Moggers once again. Sirion, he's found himself camo. Hasn't been huge on the slays this game, but he's really stepped it up on the assist department. And that might be one of the reasons why we're seeing Moggers here with a solid lead in this game.
Grapples into the action, flies across. Syrian taking shots in the back while, I mean, he's all over the place. This man is putting damage onto everybody, and you talked about the assist. He just added 2 to his name, holding Moggers to the trip cap.
I mean, if there's ever a time to play like that, it's in this scenario when you've got the triple cap and you've got the enemy team staggered. Just keeping them dead, playing for trades, that's exactly what you need to do. We've seen, what, 3-4 lead changes in this game, but out of nowhere, Moggers with that triple cap has now over doubled Legion's score here. They may be bringing this series back within 1.
223 points to 101. Moggers only have one game to the series right now, but it could be two if things continue to go like this. Although we do see Legion Gaming moving in for the trip cap at the same time, Moggers are starting to swap out C, taking C and getting slays at the same time. And once again, Moggers is scoring, and Legion have to be careful. This game could be over before you know it.
Yeah, another big trade comes out, which is beneficial for Moggers, like we discussed. They've got 2 at A, but it's not going to do much for them when it's Moggers in the one scoring position. Sirion, he's got Sniper, he's on a flank. Does find the cleanup kill that he needed and the reset. And now players just lining up for him as they're forced to try to make some plays and decisions here. Sirion playing immediately for spawners. He knows this game's over and he's just playing to add a few to the stat page.
There it is. Wow. 250 to 104 here on Stronghold. That is a lot different than the way the rest of the series has gone. Legion Gaming have either kept things closer or even maybe looked dominant in their own right. But Moggers on Stronghold, especially on Recharge, definitely looking very comfortable. We take a look at the stat sheet, and Ezzo drop a nice little 20 bomb. Ice Kid with the 12.0 KDA. Moggers put themselves within just one game of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, starting to feel a little bit like that King of the Hill on Lattice that we just watched, Tony. While it was Legion to start it up, Moggers is clawing their way back. Now, are they going to be able to tie this one up, or are they going to fall short like we saw in that King of the Hill Lattice? But taking a look at some of those stats there, it really was Moggers through and through there. 2 players sitting over 5K damage. No one on Legion being able to even break 5K. Only one into the 4K range as well. So you can tell that probably one of the more dominant games that we've seen so far. And this one in favor of Moggers.
Yeah, Moggers looking very good here. And now you got some momentum under your wings. Now you get to carry that into the next game. And I will say, I'm going to be paying attention to every recharge and every stronghold. I want to find out, is it the map? Is it the game mode that ultimately this squad really likes? Because something just seemingly clicked for them. And I wonder now, like, go to a game mode and map combinations like Street Slayer. What can you extrapolate from the strategies and the energy that you had in that game? And how can we turn that into a win on Street Slayer? It's like, what were we doing right? And how do we continue to do that even in a different game mode or a different map? I feel like those are the questions that Moggers need to be asking themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they know they're capable of pulling out some of these wins. I think a lot of it just comes down to having everyone on the same page around some of these weapons and really camos. That's been the telltale sign, both in the 2s and the 4s so far. Just the heavy kind of power up advantage that we've seen from Legion Gaming.
Camouflage not coming up right away here, a little bit of a delay, so obviously it's going to gravitate a lot of that attention towards it. The focus of the fight is going to be Camo, but first about slaying around it and waiting for that timing to be literally just right. And back and forth we go. Bodies are hitting the floor at the moment here. Ice Kid finding some free shots, but Zuzi puts him down over from the tire side, and there's Camo belonging to Uzi, and Legion Gaming are going to love every last second of that 45.
Yeah, Uzi locking down that camo, plus recognizing where a lot of these spawns for Moggers are coming and getting early, but I want to say safe damage onto them, making sure there's no risk of being cleaned up with camo if you are trading damage with players, especially across the map here. So Uzi taking his time, really kind of playing these safe positions like we said, looking for intel, looking for cleanups. It's got them a 5-kill lead so far. And great patience there. We'll find the ninja onto Ezzo. Reads the play perfectly. And Uzi doing big things here to start this one off.
He tried to ninja Ezzo in the 2v2s on recharge while he catches it with the camouflage there. And I think it's 17-8 right now is the lead. Ultimately, the Legion Gaming is holding on to. Maybe Ezzo biting a bit more than he can chew on that one, but you can afford a death or 2 or maybe 3 or 4 if you're Legion Gaming sitting with a 9-kill advantage.
Yeah, definitely a great start here. Slayer is boding really well to Legion. some of the discipline on how they want to approach these situations. Camo's going to be spawning in 30 seconds as well. Uzi found himself some solid damage onto another player. They should have intel now. They do definitely have intel on where both these guys are here. Aren't able to clean up either one. But as Common pushes in, does find himself that first kill.
Almost half the work done. There's the 25th, so half the work done here for Legion Gaming. Meanwhile, Moggers sitting about half of what Legion Gaming have at the moment. That's, I mean, just as dominant we saw Moggers on the Strongholds recharge. It feels like Legion Gaming are replicating that level of success here on Street Slayer. Common on the backside gets himself a nice little assist, continues to move all over the map. At this point, it feels like Legion Gaming are just so comfortable. They're flying everywhere.
Yeah, that's a really good way to say it, Tony. Just very comfortable. There's no question on where these players are. You're not having to run through, like, check corners, clear out PD. It's very kind of aware of where they're forcing these spawns and working together. And even when they're getting caught out, no shields, they're still finessing so well. Sirion not able to find the kill. The best he can walk away with is a trade when he really needed to find a double kill. Almost a double-digit lead, but almost double the kills now Legion Gaming is sitting at here as they've gone up to 38, put Moggers down 3 once again, and a map like Streets, there's just no coming back from this, Tony. All 4 members are going to be trapped here over towards C, and just look at the discipline that we are seeing out of Legion.
Wow. One after another. He can't be stopped. A killing frenzy coming out of Zuzi, who's only died 4 times at this point, and flirting around now with trying to drop a running right before the game ends. Meanwhile, Moggers, I mean, we're not even talking about just a steak tackler. We're talking about a filet mignon, a bone and ribeye, a tomahawk. This is the finest steaks that you can get. It might just be Kobe beef.
Yeah, it's a A5 for sure. Prime at the very minimum. No choice beef here, Tony. You're right, we're going Wagyu only. 49. One more to close this one out. How do you take your steak, Tony?
In most places, I mean, especially like if you're in a good steakhouse, give me a nice medium rare. If I don't trust the place, I'll go medium. But if it's a place I trust, I'll spend good money. Give me a nice medium rare. Oh man, finish the table side too.
In a minute. Oh, nice.
Finish the table side.
Absolutely. Some herbs, some garlic, butter. I'm starting to get hungry just thinking about it. But like we said, 50-27, 16 apiece from Uzi and Little Gators. 9 assists as well. Yeah, just a huge game for Legion here.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you 16 apiece, I just realized like you literally outslayed the opponents by yourselves. Like 32 kills between them, and
Yep.
your opponent has 27 as a total. That's crazy. And what makes it even scarier is that same level of dominance that we just saw. We saw that at a Moggers. Like Moggers looked very strong on Stronghold's recharge, and after what we just saw on Slayer Streets, we're thinking to ourselves, okay, well, you know what? Maybe that was just that one game mode map combination. Are we going to see that again out of Moggers tonight? Those are some of the questions that I feel like I have now, based on Legion Gaming coming out and just putting on an absolute slaughter in Slayer.
Yeah, that was a really impressive performance. You could just see kind of how everyone was on the same page of how they wanted to approach the situations and the patience that they were playing with. In many cases, they were just letting Moggers kind of run out and die. And that's one of those games that was almost just over really early on, while most game types and maps, and even Slayer, it's never over till it's over. On a small map like that, when you find yourself down, 27-13 or whatever some of the early lead was, for them, you can't just give up a camo or sit back too much. Clock can start becoming a factor, and like you said, trading out kills is no longer an option, so you can't really play too aggressively because you only got a couple shots left there. So when you find you basically, the real tell there is making sure you have a better opening start, making sure you're not giving up an 8-10 kill lead right off the start of the game.
And Now we go over towards a little bit of Empyrean, so that means capture the flag, the only game mode that we have on our Pit remake. A map that has been in Halo, what feels like now since the beginning. I mean, think about how many games we've seen it. I mean, obviously Halo 3 Pit games were absolutely legendary, and we've seen some crazy ones on Empyrean as well here in Halo Infinite. Mind you guys, although we just saw an absolute, I mean, it was a dominant performance by Legion Gaming, it's still early in the series. I mean, it's six games, only down by 2 right now, Moggers, so you definitely can't count a team like that out.
Yeah, but Moggers, they get rockets, but immediately get peeled by Zuzi, who gets the sniper rifle, but then loses the snipe battle to Sirion, who opens up the game with 2 himself, make that 3, as he also connects on a body shot onto the OS player. Huge plays. Oh my. Almost made it happen. He would have killed all 4 players to start that up, including Overshield.
6 bullets in the sniper right now. Not anymore, at least not for him, as Ezzo not only gets the kill, but strips that sniper off of the body. Meanwhile, Little Gators flies on in, finds a weakened player, gonna get a sniper for himself. See Ice Kid on the chase. There's a player in Mauler, but also another one hiding over toward the Needle side. Ice Kid has to be careful as he decides to navigate this fight, but stays alive. Teammate gets a kill, and Ice Kid's alive.
Yeah, somehow alive. Little Gators trying to get a little insta-splode action. Not able to find that one. We'll lose the sniper rifle. I think only had one shot left in it. Somehow Sirion with the repulse play. Absolutely disgusting. Somehow survived. Found the sniper rifle. 1 shot left. Hits the sliding headshot and lives. Continues the destruction as he pushes into the base and finds 2 more. And he might have just guaranteed the cap here for Moggers.
Looking for those overextenders. Uzi's in an interesting angle for the Needle Pit. Found a couple shots on the flag carrier, but obviously not enough. And as he's rotating in, Sirion is watching the cross perfectly over on tower. That's a flag cap, the first one of the game, going to Moggers.
And Sirion, like we said, being a nuisance in their base, found himself a couple extra kills. Went for a flag pull, but that's going to be the end of his run as he gets cleaned up. And now we'll see if Legion Gaming can get anything going here as they have finally cleaned out their base.
Shots from across the map looking very good from Ice Kid. Overshield and Rockets about to hit the battlefield in 10 seconds or less. Ice Kid already on the Overshield side. Common actually taking a back route towards the OS. And meanwhile, Ice Kid decided to keep his eyes on the Rockets. Takes down Uzi. Can he stay alive though? Rockets, I'm not sure if they're able to grab it. No, Little Gators have it. And they have Overshield as well.
Oh no, and he was expecting Ice Kid to go over towards Needle's side, maybe jump up towards Green Box, but Ice Kid with a great heads-up play actually grabs himself the kill onto the Overshield player as well, or excuse me, Rocket player as well. It's Morgan here that secured the Overshield and put it to good use as he takes these players weak down to no shields here. 3 now trapped over towards Sniper Tower. If they're going to get this flag cap there, they're going to have to clean these up, but sure enough, Zuzi does get sniper and escape from the base, and that's going to shut down everything Moggers had going.
Snipe in his hands. And a player in his sights. See the pings going, and he knows exactly where Sirion is. Target switches. Snipes the player from across the map. Sirion still hopping around over toward the bottom snipe side. The cleanup is there. 3 down go Moggers. The final player actually hiding over in the flag side. They find out. As they try to run the flight as an isolated spawner, and Ezzo's still alive. He got the kill. Puts the bonus damage in. Common takes down both with ease. 4 down for Moggers.
Yeah, 4 down and a flag pull with the Uzi having sniper in the base. Lining up some headshots. I think a player did get through there. And with that sniper kill, it does force the spawn towards Mauler. Uzi grabbed himself yet another kill and somehow stays alive. That's 3 dead for Moggers momentarily. And sure enough, Legion will be able to relay this flag once again.
I was a little worried about this flag when I saw the fumble, but it looks like they're still able to punch that one in, tying things up at 1 apiece early here on Empyrean capture the flag.
Yeah, Little Gators. He's got 12 kills. Sirion sitting at 11, and we saw how he was playing to start this. So Little Gators doing big things himself in a 1v1 with Sirion, and actually comes away with that win to really start separating himself from the pack now. Great job by Little Gators.
Two players rotating from training over toward the green side. Little Gators with the shots, but doesn't have the shields exactly to fight them off with. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Morgan trying to stop that flag from getting over in the long haul side. It's not going to happen. They're not going to get much further than that, I should say, because Common was surrounded by multiple members of Moggers and the return already going down. So nothing happening with that flag. Could be a counter, in fact, as Moggers are already on the offense.
Uzi grabs himself. Overshield again. Rockets are still up. Nobody's been able to grab that quite yet. Overshield rockets can be a very dangerous combination as Uzi's yet to take even any damage, really. Does spot out a player here towards top tower. I don't see any hit markers there. Probably doesn't find any damage. Does clean it up. Takes rockets out of the equation, but flag's already been pulled. This could be another tough one here for Moggers to battle out of. We'll see how they elect to play it.
Tower clear. See the pings going in. He would love to try to commit towards this flagpole, but he knows that that flag just sitting mid-map is bait. And the nades perfectly land at the feet of young Syrian to go down from Moggers. Return is here. Little Gators just maybe a split second too late on that one. Double return, 6 minutes or a little bit less than that on the clock. Plenty of time for either one of these squads to cap a flag or two.
New snipers just spawned. Little Gators pushes in very aggressively, finds himself one, but can't get the kill onto Sirion. Sirion doing everything he can. Does find himself shields. And sure enough, finds himself the sniper rifle. Rather than playing from tower, going through long haul, sitting at 16 kills, so he's definitely answered back. But as we say that, 3 go down, and now he's trapped. Last player alive with sniper rifle. They know he's here. They're basically flipping the map in like a 50-50 rather than kind of vertically. It's now horizontal here. It does finally get cleaned up, and as we say that, 3 dead for Moggers. Chris Common has sniper rifle. Let's go into a listen in with Legion here and see if they can pull ahead in this pit CTF.
One's one shot. They're 2 trading pit. Both ones.
One
Dead,
shot,
dead.
one shot first, one shot first.
Yeah,
After
ST.
the
I'm dead to first. I'm dead to first.
There is 2. There is 2.
I'm dead. One shot and they're fucking waller.
They're going back to their training.
I'm playing for OS. I'm playing for OS.
And rockets, guys, and rockets.
Yo, on OS, 3 shot.
Two,
On
yeah,
OS, 1 shot.
bro. Two there, one has snipe, two green. Setting their green box, I'm playing through with bar rock.
One on OS.
Yo,
Rocky.
Sniping training.
I killed
Nice.
one. Rocks are down, they're getting it. Rock sniper green. Rock sniper green. Don't take damage. Put it in your green. Rockets.
Bro.
I got max damage on.
No,
You wasted it.
bro.
Out of rockets.
I got one.
These are
Nice,
first.
one our cuts into flag.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm getting spawn killed.
I
Our
died
first
to
yellow
long
Jake,
haul,
yellow
long
Jake, yellow
One
Jake.
shot first.
Yeah, keep living, Jake. There's
I'm
two
playing a
looking at
spawner,
Jake,
I'm playing a
two looking at
spawner.
Jake.
One first, and runner. I'm
Our green one. Our green one.
training in S. They're cuts.
One shot,
Our cuts,
and then cuts, 2 shots. I killed our first guy.
Back to their side.
They're green, killing me.
Our cuts, 2 shots. Still on our
They're,
flag.
yo, long Z.
He's first. Yes, be first, Morgan.
Oh, their needles one shot, dude. They're on flag.
And you can tell this is a hard-fought battle. You even hear some of the frustration as that flag has actually already made it down the long haul side and into the base of Moggers. 2-1 advantage. The follow-up kills are there as well. Little Gators does shut down 1, but can he shut down a whole lot more than that? You find yourself down by 1 if you're Legion Gaming.
Great grenade, but doesn't find enough damage with it to clean up the kill here. Gators gets cleaned up. He's the first one, or well, tied with Sirion at 20 apiece now. Morgan, nice challenge. Long haul finds himself 1 with the battle rifle. Should be able to play pretty aggressive here onto these players of Legion. And with 2 dead snipers spawning, we may be looking at an opportunity for Moggers to get another flag pull.
Ez is already here. I'm not sure ultimately if Legion Gaming have the intel. They're gonna find out the hard way though. Some shots onto Ezzo and a perfect nade coming to Common. Now you see Common moving in with the sniper. 8 bullets in the chamber, ready, locked, and loaded. Common, you can make some game-changing plays right here, right now. Starts with a 2-tap onto Morgan. Players now know where he's at. body shot not going to connect onto Ezzo. Syrian chasing down his teammate. And mind you, somehow it's Legion Gaming, the ones that are finding kills here. Only one go down for Legion. Meanwhile, Moggers a bit staggered.
And Common playing so patiently, knowing someone's going to spawn over here towards court side of the map with his teammates over there towards Needles and Mauler. You have Moggers trying to break through to their flag, make sure they can't, the rest of Legion Gaming can't get this flag on the move. But Common just playing super patient.
Enemy flag returned.
Whew! Snipe shot to the back of the head. Ezzo right at Uzi. Overshield in the hands of Ezzo, and he spots the sniper. Sniper hits the battlefield, and Moggers can't even go for it because he knows he has to apply pressure with his teammate Syrian, who actually just went down, and things don't exactly go their way. A couple cleanups are in here, but a bit of a reset now for Moggers.
Well, the good news is it's finally Legion Gaming kind of on the back foot here. As we're going down to the final minute of this game, Moggers have found themselves through a hard-fought position in the lead by 1 cap. Essentially, all they're going to need to play is defense, but the best defense is generally a great offense here. If they can just keep all the pressure on Legion's map, they can keep them from getting a flagpole.
1 minute remaining.
Zuzi with the win here. Little Gators makes it back-to-back. Sadly, not able to stay alive over toward the right angle. Syrian. Another fight, takes that, turns it into a double. Morgan knows that Chris Common's over on the Mauler side. Syrian trusting his teammate as already pushing through the green box and running to 2 more members of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, Syrian tries to play up on the map to, like we said, keep some of that pressure onto the base of Legion, but with 2 going down and some great teamwork from Legion, they fought them their way back over here towards Mauler. And they're playing it patiently. They know this is their only opportunity to get this flagpole. They need to get the kills and the flagpole while living here. Definitely going to be a tall ask.
Flag starting over toward the platform. A little bit of bait at the moment. Couple shots going out. Could be a relayed flag. See multiple different targets. Not able to get it down to the long haul. That's 1 kill that goes the way of Moggers. A few more of that, and this flag is getting returned, which could be exactly what happens. Common can't set the flag. There's a plasma grenade perfectly on it. Time winding down, and ultimately they're running out of it. Sudden that started, but ends quickly as there's no touch, no chance. Moggers back within 1.
I mean, I think Legion was still in that all the way down to the end. I think they kind of maybe even went for the flag just a little early. They had maybe kind of pulled it needle side or just kind of played for some more kills instead of trying to run it. I think they could have extended that overtime a bit more there. But taking a look at the stats, Little Gators 32 kills, but 32 wasn't quite enough against Syrian's 25, Morgan's 23, as Moggers does put another one on the board and is starting to gain ground back in the series score.
72% accuracy being shot by both Little Gators and Common. That is actually ridiculous with 2 players shooting above 70%. Very rarely do you see 1 player in the lobby shooting that high, but 2 on the same team is kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, great overall performance. Like we said so many times before, I think this is a team that could probably benefit a lot from just going over some of the game types that they're struggling at, because we can see how dominant they are when they're comfortable and everyone's kind of on the same page here. Battling back 4-3 after finding themselves down, 3 games at one point, definitely showing, that you can never count these guys out.
And I wonder, I mean, I heard, I swear I saw something in the chat, maybe it was Syrian that said something about a pickup team, and I'm like, man, you guys are too good to be a pickup team, man. You're looking pretty damn good. I don't know. Maybe, like you said, a little bit of film review, a little bit more scrims, and we could see some magic here, which I want to continue to see that on your straight ripping pro scrim night. It's Legion Gaming going up against Moggers. Why don't we go on a short break, give these guys a rest. It's been a long series so far, and we got plenty of action when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
smoke when I breathe you in. I'm breaking down. I'm spinning out. Yeah, I've been staring at the ceiling. On the floor, so cold, I'm shivering. The way that you leave and then come back for me. Lord knows I can't get you off of my mind. Knock me down low, then you get me so high. Get me so high. So slow you crept up
Just a short break here with your Straight Rippin' Pro Scrim Night, guys. We are still watching Legion Gaming going up against Moggers here, and it has been a very fun series. We saw Legion Gaming start off pretty hot, but Moggers are now right back in it, and at this point, I don't even want to try to guess how it's going to go because I think both teams have the ability to pop off at any given moment.
It's been neck and neck at times. It's been a blowout at times, back and forth for sure. Non-stop though, as we find ourselves with a series score of just 1. And keep in mind, a couple $100 up on the line here and up for grabs for these teams. So as we reach into these final games, I mean, we're getting to the point where it's a best of 5 for, you know, $100 a piece here. So definitely some solid things to still play for if these teams find themselves tied up here. As we reach the final stretch of the series, the games are just going to get more and more intense.
It definitely is. And after a short break, I'd imagine a nice little breather, you know, get up, use the restroom, you know, maybe get a snack or something, and maybe have a quick conversation. I imagine both teams are going to be feeling very good after that. I mean, I'm not going to lie, staring at a screen for so long, I need to rest my eyes for a second real quick. I don't got those, like, blue light glasses or anything. So sometimes nice little breather, and you come back shooting even better than you did before. And I'm sure that could be the case for a lot of these players. I'm trying to think like, if I had to think of maybe a couple MVPs to watch out for. I feel like it's really tough because I feel like almost everybody's really had their moments. Like, you know, I think back to even the 2v2s with Morgan with any sniper was insane. We haven't seen any overkills just yet, but we've seen some triples.
We did have one. We didn't see it. There was definitely one in the kill feed on that live fire.
Yeah, no, you're definitely right. Yeah, so we didn't technically see the overkill, but
yeah, great job, Callus.
We've seen a couple of triples so far. We've seen some plays, but I feel like it's been fairly even across the board.
Yeah, no, it absolutely has been. You know, it's tough to pick out any kind of MVP because, like you said, everyone's kind of been standing off. But yeah, popping off. But you know, little break. I think this is a good opportunity for everyone to get the blood flowing again, come back stronger than ever. Like you said, you know, take a break, come back, play better. You know, even casting, Tony. Sometimes you said you're staring at a screen. Well, I heard you got a sandwich while we were gone as well. What are we looking at?
I'm a huge fan of breakfast sandwiches, so I have a croissant, sausage, egg, and cheese, and I thought I had enough time to eat it, and then I was like, 20 seconds on the clock, and I'm like, oh man.
I believe in you, Tony. You could have gotten that.
It's just sitting there teasing me.
17 seconds.
It's gonna get reheated after the matchup, and I'm definitely diving in.
Right, speaking of diving in, throw some lattice on that burger there, breakfast sandwich there, Tony. We'll get a little vegetarian action going on as well. But like you said, lattice oddball. This should be one. I mean, the King of the Hill, while it was Legion Gaming taking that one on lattice, we did see kind of just what exactly Moggers was able to do, and the fact that they were able to battle back with those final 3 minutes in the game here. So I would say, like, overall, from what we've seen, the objectives, especially around oddball, kind of have been favoring Legion. With the exception of a couple of the Slayers, the really scrappy kind of strongholds maybe favoring a little bit on Moggers' side. But we'll see with that little break here if either team can make the necessary adjustments here. Either tie up this series or take the determining lead.
Right off the rip, little Gators refusing to go down easily. You gotta love that. And mind you, Uzi getting away with the sniper. 7 bullets to work with, make it 6 after he plants one right to the gluteus maximus of Ezzo. Another player gonna move into position. That's Morgan. Ezzo doing a great job watching his death screen and feeding information to Morgan, knowing exactly where he was.
Yeah, you can see a couple trades coming in here for both squads. 4 kills from Little Gators already, so nice opening start for him. Definitely benefiting well from the break. Nice flying headshot from Uzi to clean that one up. It gets cleaned himself here, and that allows Moggers and Syrian to start pushing across the map. They'll also find the thrust that was yet to be grabbed.
Back-to-back kills. Oh, Common's here too. Common! I think that's a nice little double out of him. Now, if he steals, I would say there's no way he gets out of that one, right?
Yeah, almost made it work with that thrust. You could see the vision. He wanted him to run into those frags, take the shot. Not able to work out that time, but nonetheless, it is Ezzo who finds himself the ball here. Goes for the play ball, only a few seconds on the board. Still Legion with a better kind of opening start and early points here. But now Common coming off spawn, gets the ball, brings it back over here towards blue, but cleaned up before he can get around the corner.
18-11 advantage here for Legion Gaming. Ice Kid does enough damage for his teammates to come in early for the cleanups and across map shots onto the spawning players who are trying to rotate in. And mind you, Ezzo is already forward, so this is a great setup that you're seeing out of Moggers. A whole lot of space being taken at the moment as they continue to widen their influence on the map, and this is max damage going down.
Yeah, max damage and extremely staggered spawns. Now, Common is able to find one, and luckily enough, that player had a QT in his pocket, so he's not going to be able to put that to use here. Also forces the play ball, which was a little surprising, because I'm not sure they were necessarily going to have to do that. But nonetheless, got an early, solid lead. But really now the setup just goes immediately over to Legion, and they're able to find 3 kills.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a premature ball toss off the map there. You know, one player doing a whole lot to force that ball out, and now it's Legion Gaming the one that is scoring, and also maybe about to take the lead here. 3 down. Go Moggers once again, and mind you, the sniper's coming up very soon here. It looks like Zuzi wants to get hands on it.
Yeah, they know exactly where these players are spawning. There is one that comes off spawn towards Red Tower, but his face gets ripped from Uzi. He picks up the snipe and just immediately puts it to use. Great job there. I mean, bottom of Red Tower, one of the worst spawns in the game. Probably felt pretty good about it for a second to get that early damage down, but not much you can do when somebody's hitting shots like this.
Almost reminds me when in Halo 5 when we called it frosting the sniper. Like, it almost reminded me of that kind of situation, picking him right off a spawn, and man, the sliding into the hit was crazy. But 69 points now for Legion Gaming, a nice lead that they're looking at. Meanwhile, Little Gators finding another one. Syrian may be close to the ball, but what exactly can you do with it when you have Common and the rest of Legion Gaming on your tail?
Yeah, great job by Little Gators and Common to actually pick up those kills. Little Gators playing the map position perfectly to just kind of stay hidden from view and making sure he doesn't get cleaned up, no shields while hiding bottom middle. Common uses that last shot, not able to put it to use very well though here. Does lose the piv to Morgan, and with the rest of Legion Gaming trying to rotate this ball away, I don't think they're going to have enough guns up to hold this kind of push. And sure enough, Syrian on crew do break through.
3 down, go Legion Gaming. Syrian on your screen right now. Common, the final player alive, and finally Moggers hopping back on the ball here. And you put yourself within, what, 30 points now. Nice little setup. If you play cards right, you know, second round of Slays, you could be looking at a lead. Easier said than done, but Syrian, 1 kill can make the difference.
Definitely could, especially with thrust in your pocket here. You might be able to get away and extend your life. Sure enough, he does. Allows him to get some free damage onto Uzi top middle. Ice Kid cleans that one up, as well as finding the melee. Puts 4 dead for a moment. And like you said, Tony, they're only kind of 1 round of Slays away from really kind of tying this game up. And they are forcing a long rotate, so they're going to miss out on a few seconds here. But if they can hold this push that I just jinxed. Great backsmack comes in, though. That might just shut the whole thing down.
Yeah, that's highly unfortunate for Morgan. You had a player one shot right in front of you, and then right when you're about to strike, you back smack, and just like that, your teammate eventually goes 3 down. That is tough. As we switch gears back over to Morgan, he makes his way over toward the top side. 87 seconds and counting, so he needs this kill. He needs it fast. He's not going to get it. Zuzi with the trade.
Yeah, 91 and counting. Sure enough, Syrian, he can't fight this guy top middle. He's got to move right for the ball. Might be able to get some damage down, but good finesse here comes in. Almost got the last point, but stopped at the buzzer. But Syrian picks up ball and tosses it over to, maybe was that Uzi? I'm not sure. A great decision to just ignore the fight, take the last second, and close out the round.
4-3 so far is your series score. Mind you, Legion Gaming just took a 1-0 lead here on Oddball, so looking to turn this into a 2-kill game. I was saying a 2-game series so far. Moggers need to bounce back. Instead, they're the first 2 to go down. Sniper should have found the hands of Legion Gaming, and when you get backsmacked or sniped, there's some way you're going down, and Zuzi is not missing.
Absolutely. It almost seems like nobody's missing here today. 3 players in front of Zuzi, though, as he goes to contest. Playing up on the map, trying to be sneaky. Looks like it is going to pay off, though. Finds the kill. Nice straight from Ezzo. Extends the life, but Uzi does find the cleanup. 17 kills. Little Gators at 19. Both being nuisances on the map right now.
15-0 run so far. Zuzi still having that snipe to work with, now making 2 more bullets. And that was a momentary forward down for Moggers, and Common recognized the situation, hops on the ball, tries to repulse it over towards his teammate, but it's all good. So now Zuzi right now has a 2-shot sniper and the ball in hands. You imagine if he does get pressured, we could see an early play ball, especially with his teammates going 2 down, and should be happening right now.
Yeah, sure enough. Plays that ball. Got a player behind him. Has enough kind of help to try to make this work, but can't find the kill. Nice shot by Morgan to clean that one up. Little Gators, 23 kills. Just standout player in this game so far. Common loses a pip bottom middle to Ice Kid. This could be the time that Moggers needs here to kind of close in on this gap.
Ice Kid, though, quick to get cleaned up. Uzi right behind it on the flank, but he's like, where did everybody go? It looks like some of them pulled away from the red side, or even past tower. Player portals back, and Uzi is there and ready. Ball kept alive here as Legion Game would love to hop back on it in the 2v2 scenario. This next slay feels so important. It's Ezzo with the damage. Uzi still scoring.
Yeah, you can see what Ezzo decides to do here. They've got a couple players in front of the base. You can just see Legion. They're so disciplined on how they want to cover each other and try to keep players trapped in red, kind of not overcommitting, playing front of the base a lot here. And it's worked out well for them so far. Nice job by Ezzo, though. Shuts down the push as Uzi tries to cross the map. Common has made his way through, gets some good damage on these players. But it's going to be a pretty mixy scenario if they can't get help onto Little Gators.
Little Gator so far at 25 kills, 10 assists right now. Common. It's overwhelmed by the double push out of Moggers, who eventually put Legion Gaming 3 down here. Zuzi off his spawn, starting to posture his way over towards the cargo side, even some extra shots onto the bottom mid, and Moggers trying to score, but Legion are so quick to get the ball out of their hands.
Yeah, Legion playing aggressive here. Good defense, though, comes in from Moggers. They find one. Morgan has the sniper rifle with almost full ammo. Finds one body shot. Not able to do much more than that, though. The kill gets cleaned up, but that puts 2 dead for Moggers, and Little Gators, our top frag in the game, just found the sniper.
Nice little body shot over toward that player over toward the bottom pipe side. Not done just yet. Body shots for everybody, says Little Gators. Eventually assist pops up, and that's a 1 slay advantage, all they need in order to activate through that. And trying to watch Syrian, not allowed to rotate that ball and play it for free. If Little Gators had got a snipe before it hopped off, that could have been huge. Mind you, Morgan is there. Morgan was there.
Morgan gets taken out, but that's the last sniper shot Little Gators had, and he does immediately get cleaned up himself. Still a 14-point lead. Very mixy kind of game. Legion Gaming doing what they can to hold B or blue base and kind of just delay the push best they can. QT spawned as well. Little Gators about to hit 30 kills. He's bottom middle, though. Not sure they saw him drop. Sure enough, we got another piv. Perfect shots from Ezzo, though, is going to hold Little Gators at bay, stop him from getting up into the triple-double scenario here now that we're looking at.
36 points here, Common on screen right now. Looks like he wants to get involved in this fight with Uzi while also keeping his ball alive at the same exact time here. And Little Gators has just made his presence known, so everybody from Legion Gaming trying to force Moggers out, but Syrian with the double, Syrian with the nade. There's no shot. He has the damage, but can't quite get the triple.
so close to making it happen, but with another player behind him, I think he was going to be kept weak nonetheless. Wasn't able to get his shields back and gets cleaned up by the melee. And even with all that work from Sirion, it is Legion Gaming that finds themselves with ball control and accumulating points again. They just reached the 50-point mark or halfway point in this game, and if they pick up a couple slays here once again, the room for error from Moggers is quickly depleting.
Clean setup out of Legion Gaming, and this is usually where the seconds start to turn to minutes, but Syrian, like a wrecking ball, gets right through the setup there, and nobody on the ball for quite some time. And in fact, now Ice Kid, the one that spawns closest to it, and gets some free ball time for them. It looked like that should have been a whole lot of time for Legion Gaming, but Syrian moving different.
Ice Kid getting a few extra seconds here, and every second is going to count. Less than a minute left to go in this game with new sniper rifles spawning now. We've seen what Common's been able to do with this weapon so far, and a fresh one. Fresh one, a lead, and only 40 seconds to go. We've seen them completely... Actually, I think it was Lattice King of the Hill earlier where they got the sniper and shut down that final hill and final minute of the game, and we may see that happen again.
Common watching across. The player does sneak through over toward the ice side. Not sure if he actually saw them, but he will find two more players. Ice Kid makes it through. Syrian gets body shotted, but now Syrian has a sniper for his troubles. And although Legion Gaming have a couple of slays, I think the most important player on the map right now that you got to deal with is a flying Syrian?
Oh
my
no,
gosh.
And he can't find the kill either. He's forced to play super aggressive. Not sure it would have mattered too much with the rest of his teammates coming off spawn towards blue base and so much distance to travel to get to this ball. But nonetheless, definitely hurts a little bit, as you probably felt you should have gotten that kill. 0 seconds on the board and they are scoring, but yeah, at that point, it was just too much. Too many players had gone down. And Legion Gaming now up 5-3 in the series.
8 games down, and Legion Gaming hold on to a bit of a lead here. They looked very good in the 2v2s, but also looking good in the 4v4s. Another oddball is what we saw. Common, most ball time, 25 seconds. Respectable stats out of him, but Little Gators, I don't care. I don't think he had a single second of ball time. I don't care. If you're dropping damn near 40 kills, 16 assists, and a 23.3 KDA, hey, you're allowed to not touch the ball.
Yeah, Little Gators looking like Jordan out there on the map, or should we call him Laddle Gators? 'Cause he's so good at lattice, apparently. Just definitely got that kind of head on a swivel thing that we've mentioned so many times before. Picking up kills and doing just max damage here for his squad. 9K overall, 2K ahead of anyone on Moggers, and still 1,000 ahead of anyone else on the squad. Like we said, didn't have any ball time, but he's got that damage taken also. So definitely being a huge impact player on the map.
Yeah, we look at some of the most improved players that we've had and that we've seen so far from last year into this year. I feel like Little Gators was already great. When we talked about his run with that, believe the hype tryouts and whatnot, and that's where he really started to make his name known a bit more than just that matchmaking player. But on top of that, what we've been able to see him do alongside the Twins and Common, I feel like he's really come into his own as a player. I've been really excited to watch him play. And it's such games like that, we could drop damn near 40 out of nowhere. And you got to think when a player is putting down that type of impact, how much easier it is for you and the rest of your team. Like I'm hyping him up. I'm feeding off of him. I'm playing off of him if I have a player like Little Gators on my squad popping off like that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anytime you're coming off spawn and you're just like the first guy alive and they're all 4 alive, that's just a terrible feeling when it's like that over and over and over again. And when you got Little Gators and some of these people dropping 10, 15 more kills than the rest of the lobby, that's not a scenario you have to worry about too often. Definitely always good to have.
Camouflage snatched up here by Zuzi. Team already up 5-3 in the series right now. Again, guys, it is your straight ripping pro scrim night. Taking some of the best teams in the world, put them against each other, put a little money on the line, and put a show for you guys at home. If you're enjoying it, make sure you drop the follows, the subs, and whatever else you got. Wallet, car keys, I mean, whatever you got. 9-6 lead in favor of Legion Gaming early, but Moggers would have been a momentum.
Yeah, really really makes the action. I mean, there's been 19 kills in this game. I'm pretty sure 17 of them have happened in control tower here. Non-stop action. Both teams just throwing it at the wall and seeing what sticks here. 12-9 lead, make that 13-10. Legion Gaming has pulled ahead a little bit, but I wouldn't say either team's kind of able to get any sort of control.
14-11 here, Syrian flying across the map. A little bit of action with the grapple. However, finds himself right in the sight. A little Gator somehow survives. Teammates get the kill. Common slides on in. He takes down one, but can't get two. Uzi is flying across the map. Literally, he didn't touch ground for like 3 seconds.
Definitely using another jump there that wasn't to be expected. Probably hitting his head on the ceiling even. Based on that quick interaction. You've got Campbell coming up in 30 seconds, a 2-kill lead back for Legion, but that's getting cut down as you got these players now trapped in A, and Moggers looking to still play aggressive.
Back on board, little Gators. Down to 1 shot, but you see him starting to navigate towards his teammate. Wanted to try to provide that cover fire, ends up in a 1v1. Can't get the trade though. Ezzo puts him down 24-20, still for Legion Gaming.
And new camo spawning up right now. And like we've talked about so many times this series, Legion Gaming has just time and time again been the ones to really walk away with these camos. And probably part of the reason is Chris Common with some of these shots, perfect shots to clean up Morgan. Does get cleaned up. Is he not able to find the back smack?
Syrian goes down. Uzi with a double, turned it to a triple. Immediately, he wants that camo, and he's willing to fight for it. 31 kills so far for Legion Gaming, and you just got a camo to your names. Moggers, you better watch your back. Zuzi is coming.
Yeah, he's hunting him down right now. I think Jock's up as well. Doing what he can with this camo. Shock does go over in the hands of Legion. The pressure's starting to come in. Uzi's not able to get a trade or even quite nearly enough damage here to give Zuzi a chance to make a play. He does walk away with a stick. Not too bad considering you've got a 6-kill lead, but definitely could have found more there. A little bit of an unorganized push, but it is a chance for Moggers to get back in it.
Moggers were just forward down. I feel like little Gators knew exactly what they were spawning. At least 2 players isolated over toward the gold side. One breaks out over toward Needles. You find him. There is one more behind you, but little Gators focused on doing max damage over towards Morgan because Calm is there for the cleanup, and Syrian down to 1 shot. Uzi can't find the angle. 5-kill advantage for Legion.
Yeah, they get some good damage down on these players bottom middle. They do find one finally here. Another one was in the corner, gets cleaned up. Bat ledge. Syrian, if he finds this kill, great shots by Common to actually trade that out. That's going to be super important here as we reach the final few kills here of this game. Back up to now a 6-kill lead. That's going to hurt a little bit. They're coming out spawn towards C Plat. Flank comes in though as they find themselves 2. If they can live here and keep a staggered approach, they might be able to run through all the way to the end of this game.
Down by 2 at the moment here. Morgan is who we switch on board with. Couple shots onto Uzi. That's a finish. Nade goes down, but the angle created for that player on the top 8 cross Uzi doesn't have any damage onto Ezzo. Ezzo makes him pay for that one. Tied up game. Ezzo almost makes it through, but Common shuts him down. 1 kill between them.
Syrian at 15 kills does get taken out there, sitting at +5 with only 3 left to go. The room for error is reaching 0. I think Ice Kid knows there's a player behind him. Make that 2 players behind him. Isn't able to get away with a player in batteries. He gets cleaned up. And they're just a little bit too spread and a little bit too in the middle of the map in scenarios where you just can't die. And once again, Slayer goes over to Legion Gaming.
You've now doubled the series score of your opponent 6-3 right now. Have Legion Gaming and a very, very good Slayer game that we just saw here. We're going to take a look at some of the stats. On the side of Moggers, I think I saw Syrian drop 15 kills, 6.0 KDA, so not bad out of Moggers. You can definitely tell every time. We haven't hopped on his team too much, but you can definitely tell Syrian draws a lot of influence from his gameplay from players like Bound, like very aggressive movement-based players. Like the little bit we have seen him, he's been almost flying around like a little miniature Bound. Really, it's been fun to watch him for that little bit that we have. On the other side of things, Common who have just made great plays consistently throughout this series, both on the stat sheets and off, is showing that he can do it as well with the sticks. 3,900 damage out of him, over 700 more than the damage ultimately that he was taking. And you gotta love that gameplay coming out of Common, and a decisive win so far, or decisive, I guess, lead so far in the series for Legion Gaming, 6-3.
Yeah, and that game, just felt like so many of these other ones too. As we're coming down to that final camo contest and scenarios here, it's just been Legion time and time again walking away with it. And the times that Moggers does have camos, we're really not seeing them get much out of it, especially like we said in the late game. The next game, Livefire King of the Hill. Now, those Recharge Strongholds boded really well. But I think like we talked about with some of these game types, the Slayers, the Oddballs, are definitely benefiting Legion. But when all four gunners, all four players are running around the map with the guns up, that's when Moggers is most comfortable. And it's King of the Hills and Strongholds that you can see them kind of really fall in and kind of find their pacing.
I'm not sure if Callus can hear me, but I would like to make a request, actually. If we do show some more Moggers point of view, I would love to see a little bit more of Syrian. I feel like every time I've seen either him on screen or even seen him from somebody else's screen, like, he's just flying. Like, I feel like I want to see more from him, and I also want to see, like, how can you play around a player like that? Like, I feel like I don't know if you've seen it yourself, Kyle, but I feel like his gameplay has been very specific. It's been very movement activated, very flying, very aggro. So far I'm seeing with Syrian, I use the name Bound as kind of how it's reminded me of. And like you've coached a team with a player like Bound. Like, how do you play around a player like that who's just super aggressive, entry fragger, always gonna get there as far as damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a two-part equation, right? It's one, the player, and I agree with you too. Sirion definitely looks like he's modeled his gameplay or style after Bound in many cases, and Bound's a one-of-a-kind player as well here. So it's both the player that plays super aggressive, making sure it's like smart, aggressive plays, and not kind of trolling, but then a lot of times that player just makes things happen that you can never expect. So just trying to be in a good position where you could follow up or kind of play around wherever they are. You just got to expect them to be able to make things happen that most people can't.
That's what I'm saying. Silky smooth movement, like, then turns that into a 5, man. Like, he's. I gotta watch him more often, man. I need to start watching some Syrian gameplay. I need to take it because I'm very slow on the map. I'm the opposite. Meanwhile, Zuzi, Steel Sniper, puts it to work immediately. That was an immediate body shot, and Morgan, although had the angle he wanted, was not able to take down Little Gators. Uzi with the snipe and scoring right now are Legion Gaming.
Yeah, Legion Gaming, they found that sniper rifle. Uzi's got the repulsor. He's in the hill, starting to rack up some of this time. But as he gets cleaned up, Sirion and crew put 4 down for Legion. And let's go into a listen in here with Moggers and see what they have in store.
Nothing cuts.
Too big. 3 big. 2 big.
Right here.
Tap, I'll pick door again.
There's gonna be one shot.
Concrete right now. Big door, one shot.
Where?
One shot, concrete, one shot.
Train.
I'm in the concrete dead. One shot, no.
I'm going to
No,
the
Someone
sitting
go big door. Someone should go big door.
Yo, one cement. Cement right now.
My AP right now.
Pillars low.
One shot in screens, one shot screens.
Yeah, pillars, one shot, not dead.
Back in.
One guy's sitting right side B.
On A back.
Let's go bottom. Someone go bottom.
Yeah. In the hill, 2 shot. 2 time mid. My time mid in the vent. Yo, 2 one shots time mid. One in the vent, dropping down. Ice.
You sit up.
You sit up.
Got you now.
Elbow one shot.
Key to bottom mid.
Yeah,
Going Peter in the bottom cuts.
I'm tired now.
Yeah, get fight cuts.
I trade cuts.
There's one trader.
There's only one.
Where is he?
Oh, he's dice going tower. Top tower. Sitting on the tower stairs.
I smell your
One shot back up.
I'm not there. I'm not there, Morgan. Putting
I'm
spawners.
just getting elbow.
Tires.
Dude, one shot 8 bags.
Enemy team.
I'm in,
No fucking trade? Go one shot elbow right now.
There's
Wow.
oh, one shot.
I gotta be. I'm here.
Back one guy, common.
Yeah, I'm here.
Back's coming to take Go on big door. We're trying to get big door.
Collision, not collision right now, Peters.
One shot.
Bottom mid.
There's still one shot.
Bottom mid right now.
More dumb.
One shot.
conqueror now.
Nice. I can fight.
You want tires to cut.
Tower, not top tower.
Yeah, I'm top tower. I'm playing
I'm ready whenever you are. I just want to keep
Top
listening.
tower, top tower, going mud.
The hill.
Yeah,
I'm
but on
mud
here,
right
no, Chris, screen Chris. It's going, no, it's going us.
Legion Gaming may have the lead right now, even have the lead as far as progression over toward the second hill. However, Moggers seem to be right on their tail. Syrian, snipe in hands and waiting for action. He could be the deciding factor on whether they're able to steal this hill or not. There's a big body shot onto Common. Some big nades coming right back at him. Common did stick him. But Common threw a spike from Nest over towards bottom tower and stuck Ice Kid. Meanwhile, Syrian no-scopes Little Gators literally from mid-map to tower.
We are reaching the point of no return in this series as well, Tony, here. So Moggers cannot let any of these hills, any of these games go by. Sirion with that sniper rifle. Nice no-scope we saw from him earlier. Now he's keeping some of this pressure and aggression onto these players, but Legion Gaming, they found themselves a pretty good spread here on the map. 2 fighting from hill. They need to find these kills, but somehow Comet is not going down.
So close. Ezzo trying to chase this player over toward the tower side. Turns and burns one. Now there's just one more. Knows he's going to go down. Might as well take one to the grave with you.
Yeah, great trade by Ezzo. Definitely didn't think he was going to be able to clean up that one, but does lock down that kill. Does put a pretty mixy scenario here for Legion Gaming, but Moggers did have enough time, doubled up in the hill, and forced Common to die trying to contest that as well, which will allow them to set up and play for hill number 3.
So far, you see Moggers scoring at the moment here over toward the base. Meanwhile, Uzi and Little Gators looking to double push, force them out. Great damage out of Syrian and barely taking any in return. He's in a 1v2, but somehow looks like he's the one on top. Eventually, there's a player that comes in for the cleanups, but Uzi gets his double kill and is scoring.
Yeah, Sirion did max damage there, but I think he had 3 players in front of him, and without enough reinforcements, wasn't able to do enough. Sure enough, Ice Kid had the camo, grabs himself 2 kills, and while they're not going to be able to use camo for this hill, it might buy them enough time to start scoring again. Ezzo, nice kill, but does get cleaned up by a great grenade here from Little Gators, who's back at 13 kills, Common at 14. These 2 leading the pack again here in Strongholds, or excuse me, in King of the Hill Flyfire.
Oh, but Common not able to get that one. Back-to-back kills for Moggers. Syrian can't find the weakened player in Zuzi, and Zuzi actually turns that into 2. 3 down go Moggers, and the final player is Ezzo, down to 1 shot, but still alive. Until Common decides to wrap all the way around the map, and now staring down 2 players over towards green and being a fantastic distraction.
Yeah, definitely a lot of action over here towards B-side. Uzi has a sniper, just getting out of danger as best he can, running to his teammates, trying to reset the angles they're going to contest this hill from. Has to go for the challenge, does hit a body shot, which will allow Uzi to grab himself a double kill in this scenario. And with the last 2 players in front of him weak, he might be able to clean these up and live.
That should be some more time going in for Legion, but Zuzi aware that the player is rotating early from the green to the big door. Those are perfect grenade attacks of both of them. Morgan just gets his shields back in time to fight off Little Gators. Little Gators now at a disadvantage, and Morgan now with the sniper. 1 bullet to work with, a teammate that's flying on in, and mind you, Ice Kid, who I thought was able to contest with the players that were rotating in, he goes down. 2 the same for Legion. Uzi trying to find his way in, but it's Syrian that's going to hunt him.
That's 4 dead. And with this hill this far progressed, if they get just 1 kill, or they might not even have to with how far away the spawns are coming in at, they might be taking the lead here.
So close. Can he make it in? He gets him out. He got Morgan out. The nades don't find them, but Morgan's jumping right back in. Morgan keep his eyes on the prize. and was willing to die for that hill. 2-1 lead for Moggers. Meanwhile, Morgan looking to defend camo.
Not only that, yeah, like you said, picking up a few kills here. Morgan does remain no shields by some nice shots and damage in here from Legion Gaming, but with camo being up, it is going to be Legion Gaming that escapes with this one.
Enemy team took the hit.
Yeah, the damage ultimately forced Moggers away from that camouflage and allowed Uzi to grab a hold of it. Now Uzi running into Morgan with Snipe on his back, repulse on his side, and bullets in the brain. Meanwhile, Syrian's here. Finds the weakened. Bro, this man is just snapping onto every weakened target, and again, the movement is looking clean. 2-1 lead here for Moggers. I keep confusing Morgan with Moggers.
It's a little tricky there. You saw the vision from Syrian, what he was going for. Through both spikes, going for that stick. Wasn't able to connect on it, but you could just see kind of how many buttons he's pushing there, trying to make some of these plays happen. With just under a minute left here, it is Legion that is on the back foot. This Moggers is trying to take yet another game.
Time winding down here. Time will become a factor. Less than 47 seconds on the clock right now. Legion Gaming looking to tie things up, and a sniper just came up. Ezzo wants hands on it. Now he wants hands on Legion Gaming. Little Gators has hands, but doesn't have his head after that headshot. Ezzo turns, body shot. Uzi with the cleanup. Uzi no shields, no Syrian, able to take him down. 3 down, go Legion, and Moggers need to keep him away from the hill for less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, but did they spot Uzi, who's kind of made his way through? Looks like Ice Kid had no idea he made it to bottom tower already. Syrian was above him, found a sniper shot onto somebody, which should shut down this push a lot, but he is now stuck here with Ice Kid, just trying to hold off this push. Finds one. Finds another body shot.
Body shot connects. 3 seconds. Can anybody make it in? No, they can't. Moggers taking their 4th game here, and really felt like a must-win game. Last thing you want to do is fall 3-7 in the series, so really felt like a must-win game. Keeps Moggers ultimately in the fight here and ultimately in the money. Straight ripping pro scrim night, and everybody trying to get their hands on the money.
Yeah, look at these stats here. Little Gators 21 with 12 assists. Zuzi 16 kills, 13 assists, but ultimately not enough. Syrian and Ezzo sitting at 20 kills apiece is going to be enough, even though it was a very low-scoring game here. A 2-1 Livefire King of the Hill. It was enough to get the job done. And this is, you know, the point of, what is it, like a best of 3 now to determine who's going to walk away?
I guess, yeah, if we take what happened behind us, I mean, there's 2 games between them. And I mean, I don't know exactly how many games are we running. I know sometimes they will run 11, sometimes we'll go 13-1. I actually don't know exactly how many games they plan on running, but we are getting down to the wire no matter what here. So Legion Gaming 6-4 advantage over Moggers. Moggers still coming out with the win, so you have to imagine a bit of momentum on their side.
Yeah, seeing scores like this too brings me back down to the continuation series of the MLG days, where you know you're playing to first to 6 in a best of 11 series, and just running through all the game types.
Looking at the damage still. I will say 3 players in the 5K club here for Legion Gaming. You had both Siren and Ezzo doing their thing. Love the fact they're doing max damage, but also taking as little as possible. I mean, obviously you can't take no damage on the map, but Siren and Ezzo really maximizing the damage that ultimately they're putting down. Live Fire, personally, one of my favorite maps that we have here in Halo Infinite. I think it's a classic. So far, accuracy looking very good. Again, on one side, 3 players in a 60% club. On the other side, you have Ezzo and Ice Kid doing the same thing. Don't know how much we can always put on accuracy, though. Like, you know, you have a lot of players, they're going to want to pre-fire no matter what. So we can see, like, I almost feel like, I almost want to say, like, almost like purposeful accuracy matters. Like, when you're actually trying to make sure that you hit those shots, especially those pivotal ones, mean more. But it's always good to look at.
Yeah, you definitely had the evolution of some pre-firing coming into the game by a lot of players, and You know, handful, if not the majority of the pros, probably don't think about accuracy at all during the actual games, right? So it could be a double-edged sword. As well, but for the most part, I think the benefit comes from not even focusing on accuracy, not focusing on stats, your KD, right, and just always focusing on playing for the win.
Whoa! I didn't say all that. Hold on. I'm playing for the snipe and for the kills. That's what I'm doing. Okay, you guys touch the flag. I'm a slayer.
You said Tony
negative
as well.
a lot.
You said there's no way to take no damage, right? Of course, you're going to be getting shot at, but I swear I've seen Tony do no damage, actually. So you can. There's no way to do no damage taken, but then is there a way to actually just do no damage in the game?
I was hiding in the cave, and nobody came. Nobody came. I was looking for that one backsmack to turn things around, and just nobody came. Red cave.
Wasn't there back in Halo 5 in like the Asian qualifier or something? Wasn't there a team called like the Hidden Gaming League, and they actually all jumped off the map and hid the whole time and got disqualified?
Yeah, they got the lead, and like a few kill lead, and said, you know what, we're gonna hide, we're gonna break the map, and yes, it was considered not tampering. I can't think of the word of, but it was definitely cheating.
It was considered a baller, is what it was considered.
Don't know if we'll see that here on this very map. Wait, it was this map. It was Coliseum.
It was this map. That's what I was saying.
That's hilarious. Don't think we'll be seeing that though. So far, a return is what we will see as Moggers try to sneak away an early cap. And mind you, this map does only go to 3. A little bit of a debate on whether it should be 3 or 5, but I will say a sneaky cap like that could have been devastating for Legion Gaming.
Why don't we split the difference and just make it 4?
Okay.
Right? Would that make everyone happy? What happened to compromise?
We're vetoing 3. We're compromising for 4.
3's too little, 5's too many. 4. There's a number in between 3 and 5. We should give it a shot.
Back-to-back kills for Common Uzi. Common finds the 4th with the double kill, and now Legion Gaming gets to really take control of the 50% portion of the map, and in fact, keep Moggers staggered because the follow-up kills are there. Legion haven't dropped a single body until just now when Zuzi plays for the trade. Morgan wins the 1v1, but you see Legion Gaming slowly starting to push Moggers out.
Little Gators, though, last player alive, got a couple kills, doing what he can to finesse, be a huge distraction here on the base. Got 2 players staring at him, forcing them to rotate all the way back, which should buy some time and allow the rest of Legion to get up here on the map. But as we say that, I don't think the flanks kind of worked out well for them as they get spotted out and 2 more down again.
Superman takes height here. Rocket's about to come up. Zuzi in one of the craziest spots that I've seen. He's jumping in the middle of window on some crazy angle that I've never seen before, and now he's in the return. Just absolutely insane.
I think this is the second time we've seen him in a spot, or at least, me personally as well, in a spot. I don't even know there's a spot there. The recharge time, he's up on the ceiling hanging out. Here, he's up in the other corner. There's some Hidden Gaming League action going on, Tony.
Ban him.
He should have not shot the whole time.
As Zuzi's crazy spots lead to an Uzi capture, and so Vonik in the chat says he'll do 4. So we found some top players that are willing to try it. You might have found something here. Or is it just back-to-back caps? Oh my gosh.
It is a very low scoring game too, and I think this is all the more reason why the game should only be halfway done right now, not 66% of the way finished. That's 4 caps I'm talking about, Tony, if you're missing out on it.
I know what a 6 is. I know that number.
And that's it.
Wow. You know what? Honestly, we could have made it 5, and I don't know if anything would have changed. That was a flag relay race being run right there. Absolutely crazy. 7-4 is the advantage for Legion Gaming after Origin and Moggers. Man, they must be trying to figure out what the heck just happened. 4 minutes and 11 seconds is all Legion Gaming needed.
Yeah, blinking, you might miss it there. One of the fastest games we've had of the series, although the live fire earlier was a pretty quick one. Not sure it's 100% fastest, but when no one's even breaking 10 kills in a game, definitely going to be one of the faster ones that you see here. You know, you've got Common who has 6 assists. That's more kill. He has more assists than anyone has kills on Moggers.
So take a look at some of the stats here, and I'm not even sure we can really count on the stats. It's such a fast game, but Common with the 2,500 damage, nice little KD coming out of Uzi as well. Accuracy looking pretty clean. Just a clean game, and a lot of times when we look at Origin and you look at games like that, it's not even like one team does get ran over, but I feel like what runs them over is the teamwork. Like I feel like it's like you can't have one player just go off for 50 kills with a sniper and expect to play like that on Origin. Like it literally takes an entire team to be able to come up with the timing, push a lane, block the sites. Teamwork has to be on point, comms has to be on point. There's like compounding interest, like so many things that have to add up in the right way in order to see a performance like that. So that's why I said, like, the stats are nice, but I feel like what leads to that is good teamwork, good communication, and really playing for each other. So I feel like forget the stats in that one. Just give a real big shout out to everybody on Legion Gaming for executing like that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, in order to win a game that quickly, like you said, it generally takes the whole squad. You got to have people getting weapons, blocking spawns, somebody always in position to relay the flags. And that's exactly what we're seeing out of Legion.
Recharge starts. And of course, everybody wants hands on the camo. Ooh, Common though with the win. Common with the camo. Moggers 3 down early. Legion with the ball.
Ooh, look at that little shock handoff. You almost thought it was going to be the ball for a second, but Common gets cleaned up immediately, takes the shot, not able to find the headshot, and is going to pay for it dearly there. He has 3 kills to open it up, but Moggers, as you can see, 1 kill apiece. We're able to take out all of Legion Gaming.
Double kill for Ice Kid. The third one will take him down, but decent kills come out of him. Can they follow up with it? Ezzo was by himself, but Ezzo has some help from across the map, and Ezzo lives over in gold.
Yeah, huge double kill there from Ezzo. Leaves Little Gators as the last player alive. Is able to avoid the conflict and grapple to safety there, and that is going to stagger Legion quite long here. Allow Moggers to start scoring.
25 points so far from Moggers. I was like Uzi trying to join his teammate over in the gold side. He hears the call out to the weekend player over toward the gold stairs and really just tunnel visions him and chases him down. Teammates there for the cleanup. Morgan goes down as well. There's only one more player you have to deal with over in gold, and that's Ezzo, but it looks like Ezzo just trying to stay alive. Meanwhile, Pain Bot dropping some big subs.
Yeah, high Painbot coming in with the prime at the same time. You got Moggers cleaning out gold. Some nice max damage options here going out of the squad. Ice Kid doing what he can to play some defense here. The ball's still in gold, and finally we'll see they elect to try to play some additional defense here, or maybe try to rotate this ball out.
Gonna find out right now here. He's steering down the gold side. Looks like this gonna be actually just played right out. Meanwhile, he feels like he needs to get this slate on Common. He can't just let him sit over towards your bat ledge for free. And it's some clearly. I mean, I'm gonna assume a massage. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe worried about zombies. The double tap. I don't know what that was. It definitely wasn't disrespect. It definitely wasn't BM, right?
It's hard to tell sometimes, Tony, although I'd vote for BM in some of these cases. It is going to be Sirion who walks away now with this camo, something we've seen severely lacking here so far overall in this scrim. So it's now Sirion's opportunity to try to put this to use. Does get an assist on one player and should be able to spot all of these players now moving towards long haul.
You got to think that has to be like some maximum like 5-headed plays coming out of Ezzo. Like you're down 3 games in the series. Like the fact that you're body disrespecting must have the team guessing like, what? Because I'm thinking, I'm like, well, what? You're down this much in the series, but it's like, you know, I'm sure they're probably thinking the same thing, and I guess that's how you get in somebody's head. I don't know.
Enemy halfway to
Sometimes whatever makes you feel better, you just gotta go for it at times. But Sirion, he's found himself a sniper rifle already again here. It's games kind of felt like it's been mostly Moggers to open this one up. A lot of kind of 360 action going on. Probably didn't have to trade that one out, but we'll do it at the end of the day here as Ezzo wins yet another fight. And 3 dead for Legion is going to force them into another tough spot.
ball drop.
62-22 lead at the moment here. Meanwhile, we switch over towards Ezzo. Is there a player actually right behind him, Little Gators? And Common is trying to put himself in an angle to get a kill, but it looks like a trade goes down. Zuzi finds one over toward the pit, snaps onto the player onto bottom A, and this is just beautiful execution. Hold on, though. Ice Kid comes in with the movement, almost gets the best of Zuzi, but right now, Legion Gaming scoring.
Legion Gaming is scoring again, and let's go into a listen in with them to see how they battle back here in this round.
Ball drop.
Am I playing this?
Two pipes, south to 2 apple.
Top cross, one shot. Nice.
2 and A on me.
Weak needles.
Nice kill, bro.
On top A, going bottom tower front.
Say that.
Camo
One
15,
mid-bridge.
guys. Camo jump.
Camo jump at Mang. Mang.
Last guy.
Mang to bottom right.
One shot.
He's bottom right, bottom right. Camo sent, Camo sent. They're gonna spawn A after that.
Backseat, Rocky, absolute. Backseat, Rocky,
I won bottom
shot.
right.
It's on the box.
One shot, Mang to white again. Mang to white again. Ice Kid.
Yeah, could put long or
Ball reset.
I have Camo. One C plat. C plat weak.
one shot in A, guys. One shot half wall. One shot half wall. Nice.
Half wall's dead.
Long
shot
glass, long glass.
Trade him.
Two dead, two dead. One in blue to C plat. Blue to C plat. Blue to C plat.
Long glass,
One
long
minute and a
glass.
half left.
This two is two Chris, two Chris.
I lived.
I'm trying to look for this long guy. He's sneaky, sneaky, weak.
Sneaky.
I just want to
can't
see
see
it.
that.
Should be
I got him.
Find somebody fast.
Hey that.
Minute and a half left, guys.
I can't get
Yeah,
ball.
we fight A. We all fight A. We all fight A.
Mangler weak, Mangler weak.
Enemy has the ball.
Nice.
They went tower.
You're holding
My
map,
C
either.
plat, my C plat. Yo,
Gold.
two bottom white stacks and gold. Bottom white
Gold,
stacks and gold.
one shot.
Mangler, camo jump.
One shot orange, one shot orange.
There's 2. I can't. I'm dead probably.
You're probably gonna have to split yet.
On tower, one shot. Sitting
Going.
on.
Little over a minute on the clock right now. Legion Gaming, they understand what's on the line. You even heard the coach call it out. The minute 30-second mark. It's an important part of the game. It's not you have to panic and just start straight lining toward the ball, but you have to respect the time. I think that's exactly what Legion Gaming are doing. 4 go
Enemy has the
down.
ball.
They should know they're all spawning over here towards long haul as well. Uzi has that sniper, not able to connect on that first shot, and does get cleaned up. And with less than a minute left here, they need to be extremely careful how they approach this last push.
Susie with the win. Morgan with the cleanup here. And with a slight advantage in favor of Moggers, I think that's the time to hop on the ball, but Common and Uzi are so close, and Morgan definitely recognizes the situation. Wins another 1v1. Morgan looking confident, competent, and it's a 4 down again this time, though. That's Legion Gaming going 4 down.
Ball drop.
Yeah, and I think that was going to be basically the last opportunity for Legion to jump back in and take this round. As incredible Piv fights in A is actually going to determine just near the end of this game who comes out ahead. 10 seconds left to play. 2 dead for Legion Gaming. 2v4. Common goes for the ball. Really has no option or any out here. And that does it for round number 1.
And to grab the ball to stop the timer from going down, drop an overkill. I mean, don't think he was getting out of that one alive. Meanwhile, Moggers taking a round number 1. And if I remember correctly, the strongholds that they really dominated, I believe that was on recharge as well, if I remember correctly. So maybe Moggers are big time recharge enjoyers.
I think you're definitely right there. These guys love to jump out in the middle of the map. You got a lot of dock players here and people that just love to funnel into the action here. And it's paid off for them well in a few of these game types here. Ice Kid walking away with the camo to open this one up. Does get some early damage down, or taking some early damage, but will be able to re-chow and find himself. Oh, I thought he was going to find himself 2, but probably wishes he could have that one back.
Zuzi doing everything he can to stay alive. Maybe buy some time for his teammate to come off a spawn here. Was a bit of a nuisance, but eventually Syrian rotates this ball back over to where the battery side, gets it into gold, and is scoring first here for Moggers.
They gotta get the ball into gold, and as long as they keep this pressure and keep these players trapped over here towards C, should be able to accumulate a lot of time. Zuzi is going to be the one that makes it through, but gets spotted out. Syrian drops ball and cleans up the kill. So once again, scoring, Morgan has found himself the shock rifle, and they basically got the whole map locked down.
If there's one thing we learned with the 2v2s is Morgan has a very good shock, and I wonder if that's going to translate ultimately into the fours here, as the first one goes in for the challenge, double melee. Common does make it over toward the Whirlpool side, but likely actually not to go in and chase that kill. Once again, Moggers on the ball, on the rotation, and Common, the first one to catch the perfect headshot from Morgan.
Yeah, it looks like Common didn't challenge that earlier, but maybe probably should have, because Morgan is still putting this weapon to use. And you got to take your opportunities to clear these players when they exist. 2 shots left to work with as they're about to reach the 50-point mark, and he's going to make them count.
I mean, Morgan just might have the best shock rifle in the lobby, man. From what we've seen so far, especially in the 2s, it was absolutely insane. Right now, shock is in his hands, but only one more burst to actually work with here, and we can Uzi will survive. Common with the kill. Nades go in to try to force Ice Kid to play this ball off the map, but clearly the damage has been done. Moggers 63-0 run. Oh,
Huge
geez.
run. Camo spawning now. No points on the board here quite yet for Legion. Little Gators will be able to escape with that camo. Can't tell if he was trying to grapple it or just G-slide away, but either way it works out. They're going to need a big run, though, with this camo. There's not a lot of time coming, room for error as we reach the final stretch here to really get a big deficit like 60 points overcome.
That smack was in. That's a whole lot of shots and no exit route for Little Gators. Morgan's there for the double. Tries to sneak a sprint strafe in there, but even though Legion Gaming go 3 down, Uzi with the win. Trying to find out where Syrian is coming from. He ain't coming from the C side. He's over on the top glass, and Uzi goes down. Once again, more Moggers are scoring.
Yeah, you can tell Legion Gaming, they just haven't been able to get comfortable and really kind of determine where some of these spawns are coming from. And being at a huge deficit like this, they know they can't just get a few scrappy seconds here. They're going to need a big, long hold to cut into this lead. But they haven't been able to find it. And with that being said, 15 left to play. Common, no help, might be able to find this kill, but doubt it'll be enough to really make an impact here as they just can't get this going here.
11 more seconds. Legion Gaming, not a single one to their name. Ice Kid with the double, and Uzi has to play this ball out, but I thought he's able to do it. Oh, it's overkill, gets stolen too. He stops the ball from being played off. You have to imagine his teammates are hopping on that eventually, but man, Ice Kid almost gets the over, but gets the kills that matter. There's no chance Legion Gaming are hopping on this ball, and mind you, that was Ice Kid getting icy with it and a killing frenzy to end the game.
Yeah, not only that, but to take top frag in the lobby ends the game with a frenzy to drop 31 and keep the series contested. 7-5 now. Legion in the lead, but another game where Moggers comes out and just wins in a really dominant fashion.
Wow. Definitely had just Ice Kid step it up big time there, especially when we were on his screen. And mind you, Morgan as well. And when Morgan had the shock, and even beforehand, he was stacking up kills left and right. Both of them will leave that game with over a 2.0 KD. And jeez, that's actually crazy. 18.3 KDA, 19.3 KDA is crazy out of them. But that's what you see when you're dealing with Ice Kid and Morgan, specifically on the map recharge. Looks like we have another Strongholds coming at, and again, last time we saw Strongholds recharge, it was heavily in favor of Moggers. Well, so far the recharge looked good. Will the Strongholds game look as strong as we saw them earlier?
Well, with the kind of momentum change, I think, or shift that we're seeing, as well as a significant amount of money on the line here for these final few games, I think we're definitely going to see Moggers continue to come out really strong. I think this scrim is kind of boded really well for them in figuring out, as it is a pickup squad, how they want to approach some of these games, and really it was a common theme I think that we're seeing so far, where they need to be alive in specific scenarios depending on what's going on the map, especially around weapons and yes.
Another game here.
Enemy team score.
We see immediately Legion Gaming focus on shifting over two strongholds over to them and start scoring early on. We see that a lot of King of the Hill as well, where they played the hill early, but will the camouflage bring both of these teams there? It looks like Susie knows his teammate goes down, wants to snatch up camo, at least get the burn, not able to get it though.
As you can see, Ezo now trying to find kills, not able to clean up the Nest player there, but Ice Kid is here to finish that off. Nice grenade. I think he gets that player no shield. Sure enough does, but Morgan in no position to clean that up, and Zuzi with a big challenge will put 3 dead for Moggers and continue scoring here for now for Legion.
44-0 run. Little Gators does have that quantum translocator down, and looks like they have some numbers advantage over Moggers. Would love to force them out of the A side. Morgan does find the weakened player, and if you miss a melee, Morgan will make you pay.
Let's get to there. He's got the sniper rifle, not able to make it count though. And sure enough, Macy position changing hands though, but Common wins a pivotal 1v1 battle as he drops off top tower to reset hill and take out I think Ice Kid there. So great overall play. Sirion doing what he can to clean out towers. He's got 3 players in front of him and finds himself in a tough spot.
Once again, Legion Gaming still scoring. It looks like they were trying to work on Alpha, but chased away. Still 3 down. Go Moggers when you're already scoring. Usually means you start working on the trip cap, and that's exactly what Legion Gaming do. And look at they expecting the push over towards A. At least somebody was. Susie, he wasn't.
Sirion's able to find one though. This is going to stop that bleeding a little bit, open up a pick there, stop some of the pressure that Legion was applying. And Sirion getting that kill in A allows them to just capture B for free as well. And while they may lose A, as long as they clear out C, they might be able to flip and start scoring.
Almost 120 seconds worth of time here for Legion. Common, a very sneaky spot, but Sirion spots him out. We down go Legion Gaming, and he would love top on C, but that's a free camouflager, seemingly free that he has to hop on, and ain't nothing free here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, Sirion, he likes to go for that camo, but a player ended up flanking as well. As Zuzi, who did that flank, will be the one to escape with camo here as well. So 138-0. Even with all these back and forth and trades, Legion Gaming's just been a little bit too fast on the rotations and the contests. They're going to get rewarded with snipe camo. And at this point in the game here, being trapped in A and being spawn sniped, could be another very quick game, Tony.
Big time double kill. Camo sniper combo, and everybody is feeling the pain right now. Uzi says these hands are rated E for everyone.
Somehow Sirion doesn't get cleaned up over there towards camo there, or else I would have said this game is over. Somehow, finally, Zuzi goes down with that camo by the last member alive, I think, coming off respawn in A again. So somehow, even with all that being said, Moggers is able to break out, maybe start scoring here, but with another reset from Uzi, this has gone from bad to worse.
So far, Moggers, they touched the double cap, but never scored with it. Legion Gaming looking for the 250-0, and mind you, if they're only playing 13 games, this is the game breaker right here. This is the NBA Street dunking so hard you just bring down the rim, and it's a game breaker right now. It's
this has turned into
wow.
a statement game, and I think you're right,
Jeez.
Tony. With the what do we have, like 15 games total? I think this is the point of no return for the series.
Team nearing
11 kills apiece here. You can see very low slaying game, but with 227 to 0, there's just been no opportunity for Moggers to do anything.
Portaling back and forward right now. Uzi has Morgan one shot. He also has Ice Kid in front of him, so he can't overcommit to either one of them. And Uzi doing a great job of utilizing that movement, stays alive. Now his teammate is involved, and both of them double push and absolutely melt Morgan. There we go. I thought it was there, but Ice Kid, all right, I see you.
A little too icy there. Somehow doesn't trade out that kill, which is exactly what they need if they have any chance of getting back into this one. It will allow them to stop scoring onto C once again and somehow almost walk away with another trade, but a little bit too little there. 3, make that 4 members. You can see them all on your screen. Legion Gaming wants B control very hard here, and they do push out and kill 2. And I think that might do it there, as Ice Kid, last player alive, is about to run into 2 players waiting for him here at C. And this is a hard spot to battle out of.
Ice Kid over towards C. It looks like Common spots Syrian, and that's another 3 down. Is that all she wrote? I don't know if they have the time to spawn up and push a base at the same time, especially because the moment you come up, you have Common pelting you with bullets. And with that, that is the 8th win for Legion Gaming. And I mean, what at one point could have been a 250-0 with the way things were looking, Legion Gaming just take back a strongholds and really just show that live fire is theirs.
Yeah, and another 6-minute game. You can just see how unforgiving, especially strongholds, can be. King of the Hill, another one. Some of these game types where you have to, essentially not be involved in a play on a part of the map in order to cap some of the strongholds. And if the team catches you or gets you to be staggered and can just rotate like top middle back between A and C like we're seeing Common do at the end of that game there, it's almost impossible to break out of the setup. Like once they finally get you in a position like that, it's almost GG.
Take a look at some of the stats here. 2 players in the 4K club. And actually even Zuzi pretty damn close to it. Meanwhile, other side things, you don't exactly see that. And just big time damage being dealt, and rotations on point. The objective efficiency was there. Like I'm trying to look at, was there any fault or anything wrong with the way Legion Gaming played that? And it's like, well, you allowed them 45 points at one point. Like I feel like how much perfection are you looking for at that point? I feel like you continue to play like that and you're gonna be just fine. Honestly, as many times I'm sure that players look into doing VOD review on the bad games, the mistakes, I think maybe even doing VOD review on the games you smoke a team and trying to find out like the small little things that you did right that maybe you didn't even notice that you did right can be almost just as valuable. So I think you VOD review that as well.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Johnny. I think that's super important to do. You definitely don't want to just get stuck in a cycle loop of watching losses and things getting worse. Sometimes it is best to just reinforce good behavior or good habits, or kind of knowing what exactly was the reason why this game was so easy, or we were able to win by so much.
And here we go, King of the Hill on vacancy. Ezzo gonna start off with a big time flank. Love that. Find 2 one-shot players and enjoy every last bit of all the free damage. As 4 down, go Legion 2 in exchange for Moggers.
Yeah, they should know exactly where the rest of Moggers, the rest of Legion Gaming now is coming off of spawn here. As it's Moggers and Hill. Snipers just spawned as well. That'll go in the hands of Morgan. We've seen exactly what he's been able to do with this so far. In the kill feed, connects on 1, make it a double kill. We may have to take a peek at what Morgan is going to be doing this game again, as he's sitting at 4 already.
He's already started with 1. That's Zuzi, the first one to go down. 3 down, go Legion, and big time shots, big time bandit cleanup is in, and Legion Gaming continue to get punished. Meanwhile, Moggers continue to take advantage.
Yeah, you can see Morgan. He's playing both sides of the map and looking for spawners constantly here. So back to the saying, head on a swivel here, looking for anything he can find, especially these freebies. Still got shock rifle, 2 players in front of him, not able to connect on that one, but they are only a second from capping this first hill.
Ooh, Uzi though. He's gonna make sure that last second is the hardest one. Syrian, so great damage, great jiggle peek, and Syrian wins a fight because of it. And that might just be all they needed. They hop in, and that's a 1-0 lead coming in from Moggers.
Yeah, huge kill or a huge game so far for Morgan. Sitting at 6. Ezzo's got 5. Great early starts. Shock rifle out of ammo. They know where the pressure is going to be coming from here from Legion once again. Nice grenade from Syrian. Fighting 2 battles, but they do go 3 dead. As the last player alive gets cleaned up as well. And now we're going to see what Legion can do. Having control, having scoring position. Will he be able to kind of run through this one?
Morgan with the cross map shots. Gonna continue to try to find the angle over from the red jail side, but takes a lot of damage, maybe more than expected. Teammates still have his back. Back-to-back kills, and eventually the nade takes him out. But eventually, Kama gets back smacked. Uzi now by himself, and he thrives. He thrives by himself.
Beautiful shots from Syrian. Picks up the perfect to take down Zuzi. Gonna be the first one over here to contest the hill. He does get the player out. It's basically all he needs to do in this scenario. He's on the hunt, but I don't think he knows he jumped over his head.
Another back smack. This time was Ezzo. Morgan doing a great job of keeping that height advantage, pelting Zuzi with bullets, and then right back over toward the blue side. You know that they're pushing through. Now Morgan has to stay alive, though. High IQ play, get right over towards the mid, let your teammates watch your back, and Morgan just playing this masterfully at the moment. Can they finish the hill with this?
Yeah, you can see a lot of ring around the rosy action going on here. Back towards elbow. Zuzi grabs himself 1 kill. A bit surprising, was in a tough spot, but walks away with the best scenario he could. Morgan, he's done at least 3 laps around here, but finally finds Zuzi now as well, and will clean that up. The longer this goes on, the better, though. They've got a significant portion of this hill capped. They already have a lead in the game. The more time off the clock as you reach a 2-0 lead, the more options and position you can have to how you want to approach the rest of the game.
Deficit, they're focusing more on the slang and making sure they clear that hill first before ultimately getting into themselves. And like I said, you have the lead. It's not a really problematic strategy out of Moggers. Meanwhile, Zuzi with the shots that matter. Cleanup comes in real quick. Syrian answers right back, and Common would love to get that kill when he's able to do so. Drifts around the corner as Legion Gaming wastes no time hopping back in the hill.
And to get back in the hill, but the aggression's coming in very quickly. Common and the rest of the Legion get taken no shields. They're doing their best to survive, but Morgan cleans up 1, and that's going to be 3 dead. The hill already halfway captured. If Zuzi gets killed here, I think that's going to be a 2-0 lead Moggers.
They're close to it, and meanwhile, Legion Gaming spawning far away from that hill, so have to imagine Moggers should be able to sneak this through, although 2 players go right through the middle, actually, and melt the hill player from Moggers. Because of that, Legion find themselves in the hill. They're not giving up just yet. In fact, it's Moggers that momentarily go 3 down, while Zuzi finds some damage from across the map.
Oh, maybe we spoke too soon, because this is still anybody's hill. With Syrian going down pretty early and nobody in position to clean this one up. Not a lot of time here for either hill. Whoever gets the next round of slays should take this hill.
Cleanup is in. Ezzo turns to the 2. Nice little double out of him. However, still got to deal with Uzi. A tough kill, a great nade. Ezzo out of the play for just a second. Legion Gaming looking for the spawners, and the same for Moggers. We're now pushing heavily over towards the red side. A perfect distraction, keeping them out of the hill. Loving the way he's playing it.
Oh, so much damage and so close to a trade, but not able to clean up that kill. However, 3 dead for Legion Gaming, and Gators, his last player bottom center, will also get cleaned up. That's going to put a 2-0 lead now for Moggers in this game, with vision on these new spawners.
Ooh. Shock was out, but Zuzi 5's 1 player that, while weak, gets a double onto Ezzo. Well played by Zuzi. Teammates feeding off of that as well. It was a momentary 3 down, and Suzy, want to make sure that nobody's on the flank. Gets that information, gets yet another kill. Zuzi heating up.
Oh, and a good flanks come in as well. They put 4 dead for Moggers again. Only a minute left to play in this game, but if you 100-0 this hill, that's still plenty of time to work with as you rotate. I think the hill goes back to red big doors after.
Oh, yeah.
Common doing what he can. Loses the Piv, the Ice Kid. That's going to put 2 dead for Legion, and this could be what Moggers needs to really kind of make time the main issue.
Enemy about to score.
All right. Still scoring. Uzi sees Morgan and Ice Kid trying to push from the blue to the yellow side. Oh, Uzi with the melee, Syrian with the win. Common with the fadeaway 5-shot. Legion Gaming close to putting their first on the board. Time winding down, but ain't out of it just yet.
Nice damage here by Common. Does stay alive, almost able to get boots in the hill there with that grapple, but does get cleaned up. Only 37 seconds left to play, so they're definitely going to have to fight from the hill here. Little Gators with the kill. That's going to be huge, but not sure it's going to be enough.
23 seconds, and Moggers just have to keep you out of the hill for just that time. Legion Gaming should be able to finish this hill, but like you said, moving over toward the red side, Moggers catch himself on the opposite side of the map. Zuzi keeping them distracted, but eventually ran over. Can Moggers get him out of the hill for less than 20 seconds? They step out, but they're still surrounding it.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough battle there. Big pivs going on towards the hill. 3 dead for Moggers, though. And Legion somehow walks away victorious in that engagement, which will give them 10 seconds left to work with.
They're set up in the hill. Ezzo approaching the mid-map. Ice Kid already finds himself over towards the big door, and that kill gets him out for just a couple of seconds, but it's not enough. Zuzi scoring. Shots go in and he's down to 1 shot. Every time you step out of the hill is another second winding down that you can't stop. Legion Gaming are about to tie things up into a piece. It'll be a next cap win situation.
Wow, there was so little time left on the clock. There were so many options for how Moggers wanted to play it, but it seemed like they started to get a little bit desperate, trying to force the win a little bit too hard and miss the timings here. As Morgan gets cleaned up, game's tied, so clock is completely eliminated from the equation. Ice Kid not sure where this player is. Finally, 2 dead for each team. Moggers will get into the hill to try to fight this out, but it looks like they're going to lose the engagement.
Shock doesn't take him out. In fact, Syrian gets the shock. Still has some ammo here. 2v2 scenario. Little Gator spawns right in front of Syrian, but shots in the back, courtesy of Common, drive him out. Common's down to 1 shot, but there's 2 more players in front of him. Somehow threads the needle with that grenade and wants to go in for a red jail flank. It looks like Little Gators is ready for that as well.
Just crazy back and forth action there. Nice grenades from players. Melee battles are closed. Shock's been involved here in a major way. Another shock headshot from Syrian to kill that player. He's got thrust. He kills 2. He gets another one weak. That's 3 dead for both teams. Common was the first one up. He has time to push on this.
That he does. Common's there. That's 1. Maybe 2. No.
I think he had to go for the back smack and then jump in hill. I think that was his only play. You may not even throw in an aid just because you had to move so fast. Like, I think he literally, if he got the back smack and immediately started shooting the next guy, like, they could have come out with that one. I think that guy did not know he was there. It was a great flank, though. That was definitely the best play, like, to make. Could have just maybe gone a little different.
I will say, that was definitely one of the closer ones. That was definitely one of the more exciting games that we've that we've played so far. Man, down to the wire, Moggers show I think win a very close one in the clutch. Ice Kid with 27 kills, 12 assists, and a 12.0 KDA out of him. Everybody looked very good in that game, but what mattered was just clutching it out, and clearly they have ice in their veins.
Yeah, not only that, look at this. Morgan, 19 assists. You had Sirion with 17. I think we pointed this out earlier. I think a lot of games we were seeing Legion heavily out assisting Moggers. Of course, Slays factor in a big way into that. But now that we're seeing maybe like a little bit more teamwork out of Moggers, they've really been able to turn around some of these games.
They have, and looks like I think I heard we're actually going into a Slayer coming up next year. So big time switch up from King of the Hill over towards the Slayer, but another game mode and map combination to have a chance to go down to the wire. We've seen plenty of 50 to 49s here on this very map and game mode combination. Could we see yet another one? Meanwhile, things are getting closer and closer as far as the series scoreboard. I think with that win, Moggers put themselves within just 2 of Legion Gaming.
Yeah, and I think this now here is the point of no return. 1st to 9 guarantees the win based on just overall game type selection here. So now we need to see Moggers take their first Slayer of the series, because we've yet to see them do so.
Well, starting off good early, not only getting a 3-1 lead, but also getting the sniper in the hands of the Iciest Kid in the lobby. However, again, crossing the street without looking both ways, they'll make it pay every time.
Yeah, Zuzi picks up that sniper, puts it to use immediately as well, connecting on the first headshot onto Sirion there. Does get rewarded with camo on top of that, and these Slayer games have just not boded very well for Moggers in this scrim.
Beautifully played. Oh my gosh, no. Zuzi with a nasty double kill, but he ain't getting the triple. He does get his shields back though. And him just staying alive and allowing his teammates to get involved and get the kill is absolutely huge. Zuzi making plays. That's a killing spree. Are you kidding me?
And he just peeked a little bit to the right, the lineup, that headshot as well. So great movement and recognition of different lines of sight that exist here. Pushes the nest, gets some solid damage with this camo here onto these 2 players over towards B. And a quick 12-7 lead here. Zuzi sitting at 6-1 already.
Yeah, note to self, don't let Morgan get the shock. Don't let Zuzi get the S7. Bad things will happen no matter what happens there. Meanwhile, cleanup is in early. Zuzi still feeling himself even with the bandit. No ammo left in the sniper right now, but everybody taking damage on the map if you're glowing red and your name is Moggers.
2 go dead for Moggers again here, and with so much health for these players, they could definitely elect to play a little aggressive in these scenarios. Sirion is going to get caught off guard over here by Zuzi towards Tower, who may find himself 2, but loses the battle to Ezo.
Little Gator's gonna fly his way over towards Nest. 2 different players spotted him over on the far side, but it looks like they're not gonna actually chase him out. In fact, Little Gators somehow might end up getting around them. Green gun charged up, camouflage in his sights. That green gun nowhere near close to connecting here. Meanwhile, Uzi snatches up camo, ends up getting it burnt right away, but 22-15, still the lead for Legion Gaming.
23-16, new sniper coming up in 10. Sirion on the hunt, will find 1. That puts 3 dead for Legion. Starting to cut into this deficit again here, making it only 5. They can get new sniper rifle control. This is a moment in the game where they really kind of, in the Slayers that they've got blown out, that they really kind of start to fall apart. So this is their chance to prove that they can kind of maintain the pace and control and kind of dictate how the game gets played out.
3 kills between them, but when Sirion has the sniper in hands, you know that anything is possible, including ripping Common's head off to bring him back within 4. Tower control still being held. Little Gators, he's 2 for 2 so far with this snipe. and 5 bullets to work with here. Common has come off a spawn, but the way things are going, if he pokes his head, he can be going right back until Uzi gets involved, and even he gets traded out.
Yeah, great trade by Sirion, but does get caught off guard by Zuzi there and cleaned up. It brings the game within 1, but it could cause the sniper rifle to change hands. But it is over to Ezo, who connects on 1. Almost finds a nasty double, still finds one anyway. And this is how those staggered spawns start happening. Last 2 players over towards screen. Finding that kill is huge. That's going to completely change everything. They had 4 dead for a moment. Somehow Zuzi should have gotten overkill if he didn't have to reload. And just like that, what looked like Moggers about to take a lead is back in Legion's favor.
I can't tell if these are some of the best players in the world or if this lobby was blessed by the gods. Everybody's making plays right now. Finally, I think it's the first miss that we've seen all game here as Legion 33-32, and the play gets called from Little Gators. Join me on this double push over on the sandbag side, and Comet is there. Little Gators with the cleanup. Morgan, though, gets involved. Not sure they expected Morgan on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, I think all 4 people from both teams just got involved in this action. Ezo somehow walked away with another kill, doing his best to dodge these grenades. With Camo coming up in a few seconds, I'd like to see them play a little bit here towards A and maybe Tower, try to force Legion to be trapped towards B. I think they go for Camo a little bit early, though, and they take a handful of free damage. That allows Little Gators and crew to push through, get Camo, and put 4 dead. And Tony, we definitely seen this story here before.
4 kills between them here. We see Morgan already over towards the small window side, and Little Gators get spotted out, looking for the ninja. Taken out. 41-38, though. Somehow Legion Gaming stalled onto a lead. Somehow Morgan rips a huge kill in the clutch to bring them back within 2.
I think Little Gators might have gone for a little bit too much of a hero play there, and it could come back to backfire, but with a double push onto Big Door and a double kill from Uzi, some of that fear may have just been eliminated. Does spot the last 2 players here top middle, as they will recognize Sniper's going to go over in control of Moggers, with Little Gators also going down here. You're back within 1.
The sniper in the hands of Syrian is so important. This is game-changing, game-defining. When the last time he had the sniper in his hands, he absolutely went off with it. And now his opportunity to do so in the clutch. His team needs him in the spotlight here.
Looking to see what he can find. He definitely doesn't want to give this up too easily. Looking for the free kills, but I don't think Legion's going to give them anything here.
Well, I mean, the one thing is Legion Gaming can't play the time. I mean, over 5 minutes on the clock, but what they can do is force Moggers to make a play, and if you want the smoke, it looks like they got it for you. Some way, somehow, Moggers find the first pick. Common, cross-map shots from green, but now Moggers know where you're at, and you know they're going to focus on it. What? Uzi and Suzy with back-to-back kills. The no-scope connects.
Ezo finds the sniper rifle, gets the kill, ties it up at 47 with Campbell coming up. I'm not sure it's going to matter. But Ezo, he needs to find essentially 2 kills here.
One more. Just one more, and Zuzi might have gotten away with the camouflage. 49-49. Snipe in the hands of Ezo. Zuzi with the camo, and he doesn't even need it, because Legion Gaming sneak away the 50th kill before the game slows down.
Extremely back and forth, and you can see the vision, how serious these teams are taking these Slayers, which is awesome to see in scrims. And a 50-49, the closest one we've had so far, but still not enough for Moggers to come out and take that win. Ezo 19-8, but still just a little bit too little and a little bit too late.
The gameplay was so good. Callus opened up the report menu and wanted to report the lobby for cheating. Like the game was so. I saw was like report. I'm like, wait, Callus, what are you doing, bro? It's a custom. But man, was that exciting! The last two games we ended with 50-49 in that Slayer, and then even before that, it was a 3-2 that went into overtime. King of the Hill vacancy, and I think that just tells you how tight this game really was. Obviously, Legion Gaming ended with a little bit of an advantage, or the series with a little bit of an advantage. But man, that was so damn good. So thank you so much, my competitors, Moggers and Legion Gaming. You guys put on a great show, and I'm sure many people at home not only enjoyed, but I also think you also made a lot of new fans as well. Because even though maybe you may not be household names in every household, I felt a lot of like, you know what? I want to play like Syrian. I like the way he played. Or I saw some crazy stuff from Little Gators or Zuzi. And I'm excited for that and excited for all of you.
A little shout out to Morgan as well, because I think he definitely had some of the most highlight reels and sprees that we saw here today. So definitely throw that name in the mix. But overall, great job by Legion Gaming to come out here strong and close out this series. And like you said, with the exception of, maybe 4 games, 5 games, so like 3 to Legion, 2 to Moggers, it was just neck and neck in these games. The King of the Hills were very low scoring, always like down to the final hills. And like we said, with the exception of the Slayer and a couple strongholds, it was really just 2 teams battling out neck and neck.
Yeah, so it's always bittersweet when it comes to this moments like this. It's like, obviously we had a lot of fun. It was absolutely incredible. I'm sure you guys did at home as well. Thank you guys for stopping by. But at the end of the day, it is over. So sadly, we'll obviously be back next week, guys. In case you don't know what's going on, we're not just sitting here talking heads for no reason. We're here for a daggone reason. That's because Straight Rippin is back. You might remember that name for 10, 20, 50, 60 years ago, whatever, however long it was. Straight Rippin are back as an organization and bringing in some amazing content, including one of the things that I've been a part of and loved so far, which is the Straight Rippin Pro Scrim Nights. We've had some of the best in the world, such as the Shopify's, the Luminons, the Krakens, the Legion Gamings, all of them involved, and we put money in their pockets for doing what they're already doing, scrimming and practicing. So putting a little bit of money on the line to give them some stakes and also to give us a show. And it's been absolutely fantastic. They've allowed me and Elamite to cast week after week. And we're right here mostly on Tuesdays. Once in a while, we have to switch up a little bit, but mostly Tuesdays right here, 6 p.m. Make sure you guys are here, 6 p.m. Eastern every single week. And if you really want to be in the know when you're following, turn that notification bell on, because every time Straight Rippin goes live, it's nothing but absolute content. Elamite, do you have any words for the people at home? Any final words?
Just shout out everyone watching. Of course, when we do things like this in the grassroots kind of neck of the woods, all the sport counts, social, Twitch, just being here and watching as well. And it's great because we all have certain things in common. And one of those things is the love of Halo Infinite and esports and a passion in gaming. So, of course, just shout out everyone watching, because none of this exists without the players and the fans and everyone, really.
Absolutely. And guys, again, thank you so much. Before we go, one last time, socials, the retweets, the likes, the follows on the Straight Rippin channel. We appreciate you for already doing it. If you haven't already, now's your last chance before I start roasting you next week for not being a part of something absolutely amazing and you being late to the party. Meanwhile, also following on Twitch, all that good stuff, whether it's a follow, a sub, I don't know, car keys, gumballs, whatever you have, we will take it here because we enjoy doing it. And guys, until next time, I'll catch you later. Peace out.
Peace.